hello, hello, hello. How are we doing this fine day? I want to take it relatively easy today. Simply just due to the fact that I'm just tired, man. I am one eepy man. I am one eepy boy. Alright, game. Show up, please. There you go. Right on cue. Oy. Texted my buddy to see if bro wants to carpool tomorrow or not. Don't have to pay for like an Uber. We'll see if he gets back to me. Tends to be not the best at getting back. Whatever. You know, for all the constant clamoring, a lot of like older people and like Gen Xers and like boomer types always do when it comes to when it comes to let's say what's the term? I'm getting distracted by a bunch of stuff about like kids being on their phone too much. They always seem to be on their phones very, very often. So, I don't know. So Pokemon Legends ZA has demo gameplay out. That's interesting. I mean, what? It's coming out in whatchamacallit? It's coming out in October. October's not that long from now. Makes sense. Checks out. Unsurprising. Right, we're trying to finish up these damn smelting columns. Life will be easier at one point in time once we get rid of all the starting patches and everything. are out of turbo belts, huh? Probably gonna move over a bunch of the module production. Because I want a lot more. But I think I might do that when I get EM plants. In fact, I'm definitely going to do that when I get EM plants. What's up, Manology? Oh, you know, we just started, and, well, as one does in Factorial, one must get to work. More than likely, yeah. I am quite the avid Ukraine supporter, considering the fact that, well, I am Romanian. And us Romanians, not too fond of the Russians. Should be fairly obvious why. We are not big fans of the Russians. But honestly, I think what it's mostly going to boil down to is the fact that it's just like, it's going to be a nothing burger. Because Trump's just like, he's like, Trump's still getting played for a fool. So. Trump's getting played for a fool because he is a fool. He doesn't understand how, well, negotiations work. Thinking about if I get rid of those boilers or not. I don't want to get rid of them yet because it's just more consumption of coal, and I just want the coal to be consumed. So I want to get rid of this patch. Just want to get rid of the coal patch, pretty much. I think I'm just gonna make one belt balancer instead. Let me bring up the shit more, is the question. This'll do. Those things are pretty much ready to be flicked on whenever. Just have to order in the calcite, which we're gonna do via bot. Now, what I want is to stick in more foundries. Problem is, all these damn balancers and belts and shit are in the way. So, time to move it, and then put the foundries in first, see where we can fit the balancer in later. This thing will also have to be moved. Things will be easier once I'm able to get rid of all these damned ore patches and whatnot. Foundries are not allowed to be in there. It's legal. Things that are useful are not allowed to be in there. That is illegal. All right. How the fuck there are a bunch of repair packs in there? Hmm. Okay. Can I push back this balancer by about 2 belts? Maybe? Let's do this. Okay, But I was saying earlier, I would like to attempt to have a bit more of a relaxed stream. Maybe try not to go as fucking long as I have been currently. Because I have been feeling sleepy. Alright, this will be potentially a tight fit. Oh, it's literally like one tile off, I think. Okay, I can probably... We can make it fit. 8 to 4. Okay, it fits, but there's another problem now, is how to get these inputs, or these outputs into the inputs. I think the only way forward is by moving this coal belt. Spaghetti is love, spaghetti is life. Sometimes all you need is a little spaghetti. Lovely. Okay, that's that done. I'll eventually have to think about fixing the coal belt, because it's a complete fucking mess. All these extra raw resources that need to be taken care of. All these chests that are filled with a bunch of bullshit. Gotta clean this shit up. Much fucking cleaning. Throw all that shit in there. Also need to figure out why these I know why the depleted uranium fuel cells are being put in these fucking storage chests. These are starting to get rather full. Not ideal. Signal. Less than. That'll let me save a bit on fuel. Simple, easy clap stuff. Okay, this patch is almost done. I need this half of the patch to be done. It's getting close to being finished, and then I can fit in another smelting stack. And then, lovely, bubbly McWubbly. Except I think I'm still going to be short on... Still gonna be short on a bunch of bullshit, unfortunately. These being off one tile is going to really annoy me. Oh, that's really going to annoy me. Okay, that's that done. So we made steel, we made gears. The other thing we need is to add in foundries to over here for copper cables. Because it's more efficient that way. I really don't want to move around the build for the circuits because it'd be annoying, but I will eventually, because of the fact that, well, we're gonna get electromagnetic plants, which are better. Alright, is that done? Eventually that starter patch of copper will be done with eventually. And then I can convert this area into another loading station, probably for coal. I need one for stone. We'll do that only when this area is going to be mined out. Although honestly, I don't really have much room for the stone. If I were to have another loading station for stone, where would I put it? I think I'd have to be forced to put it up over here. Yeah, I won't have a choice. I don't really mind having them run a long-ass belt for the stone. It's fine. It's not like you need a ton of it. It's not like Crash Storio where you need a butt-fuck ton of it, but for a bunch of processes, but for now, this is okay. Okay, so this is more or less ready to be flicked on whenever. Let's finish up with everything else before flicking stuff on. So you... Time for a change. So this should produce about 30 per second. Yes. They will be improved eventually. But for now, this is okay as is. It's not quite a 1-to-2 ratio with foundries to these plants. If we put in a speed module or two, then it becomes a 1-to-2 ratio. I think I might do that because it's going to be easier that way to just make it all 1-to-2. Because this needs to just be 15 per second. Because these both consume 15 per second. I can just use a beacon for this, probably. Yeah, just like that, it's 18 per second. So just one speed module will do it. That's not too bad. If I can fit one speed module, should I just put the rest as prod mods? Shirk the beacons? I could do that. Oh dear, we have no productivity modules left, which makes sense because we've basically stopped production. If I were to put in a bunch of prod mods in here... Goes down to 16.1. Interesting. Intriguing. Suppose that will suffice for now. I have like no pipes and shit. Okay, more foundries. unfortunate. Save on the level 3s. Okay, nice. Okay, that's that done. And here's the major one. This. Our... good old low-density structure build. Where the only intake is plastic, and the rest is going to be liquid metal. Six pipes. Okay, so those need about 7.5 pipes per second. Okay. We can only do this with one foundry, and that's fine. Oh, we do this. That's 9 pipes per second. Nice. What kind of gaming headset? We love fixing things, don't we, folks? Or rather, in the great words of Trump, congratulations! 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 You know, shit like that. How the fuck am I gonna fit a foundry producing some belts for this daggone here foundry for these science packs? Actually, it's not going to be too hard to fit. The only problem is just going to be the inputs. Right, because what? We only just need... Actually, that's not going to be too hard because the gears are right here, so we can just stick it in like that. Easy. Like, this makes 24. Yeah, we could have so many more green science assemblers. Whoops. And it's just that this thing is the slow one. We'd have to add more yellow inserter assemblers. That works. Okay, that's you improved. I don't do anything with you, or any of you. That's you done. Stuff in the mall that we could fix. Nothing to do with any of you. All that's left is low density structures. I guess I could improve iron sticks. Improve the sticks? What the? More like the river Dix, am I right? Make it such that the only necessary, the only thing that's necessary to insert then is just going to only be the plastic. Which in terms of logistics just makes things a lot easier. First, let's make some fucking room in the inventory. And we'll need less foundries because with this alone I think produced about 4 per second, 3 per second. Terrible. Some slight changes, we can significantly improve that. And by slight changes, I mean use the foundry. Like we just use 10 foundries instead. We'll use 8 foundries. I don't need a crazy amount of LDS. Okay, and good thing I have all these damn buffer chests. Okay, this is a lot of LDS that we even have just on the belts itself, for themselves. Yeah, this will allow me to save up a bunch of space. Alright, funny wafers into the box. Now to clean up the final... Copper does not need this here anymore. Dunsky. Get rid of this as well, because that's gonna get changed. Okay, that's done as well. You as well. No longer need any of this. You know, the funniest thing is that I also just put out, what, another fucking Asmongold video talking about how he's, like, his positions on free speech are basically completely incoherent, so I'm, like, mentally preparing myself for the inevitable sort of, I don't know, deluge of, like, stupid fucking freaks to be, like, dumb and annoying. That's, like, another thing I'm, like, mentally preparing myself for.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers. Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Why are Maxor's videos really funny? Why was that video so funny? Why was it such a good video? It was on a really good game, too. Like, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Very good. Couldn't have said it better myself, Matnology. But yeah, his positions on, like, government censorship and, like, free speech are just, it's incoherent babble. Don't ask me why I'm spacing it out this way. It just feels correct. I think it's just for, like, aesthetic purposes why I'm spacing them out like this. Do I only want to eat assemblers? I don't need a crazy amount of LDS, and if I have to expand the LDS production, I will. And I can beacon this and everything. Still tileable. It's about the same as we were producing before, but we have now 5 times less the machines. We had 40 assembly machines in comparison to just 8 foundries, because foundries are just busted. Right. We have 2 fucking inputs. That's why I kind of spaced them out. Just a little more flexible for me that way. Okay. But yeah, Asmongold is pure fucking cringe. You know what I can do? Because spacing them out like this. If I spaced it out one more tile, I would have been able to do this then. Because I could have just had the plastic come under this way. But that's not going to work. How about... No, that's not going to work either, because it's 2 inputs. This is going to be kind of a bit of a squeeze. Because of the fact that these are going to get replaced eventually. They're going to get replaced with electromagnetic plants. And electromagnetic plants are 4x4. Now, what I'm thinking for when I do that is I'm going to have to basically move the inputs. I'm going to put them on separate belts, and I'm going to design it in such a way that it takes the belts, it takes the inputs from underground belts that go underneath. What that's going to accomplish for me is it's going to give me extra space to play with because of this shit. Do you think I have to do it like that? I think I probably have to do it like that. Right, also we need to think about the fucking inputs for the liquid inputs, for these. It just doesn't fucking fit on this side. On this side, it's probably okay. Man, I love having logistical fucking nightmares. You know what? We're just gonna bring the plastic underneath. That's gonna make my life a little easier, I think. Don't think I have a choice. So space these all 3 tiles away from one another. Since the only item that you need is plastic, what you can do is this. Boom. That will give me a tiny bit of extra space. Because then I don't have to think about the input coming in this way. Very, very simple and clean. Because now I can just do the standard this for this. Hawaiian shirts. Never had a Hawaiian shirt. Time for me to go into like a rant, like sort of incredulously talk about like, well, have you ever thought about the plight of the indigenous Hawaiian people? Just to make, just to give you a hard time for no reason, Mattnology. Have you ever thought of the plight of the Hawaiian people and how it is kind of rude to appropriate their culture with Hawaiian shirts like you are? Meh. We do a little bit of virtue signaling. Oh, and here's a good thing about this. I can also still fit in beacons in between these gaps. Because they're 3 tiles apart. Smart. I'm being smart. We'll leave these undergrounds like this because, for future purposes, if I feel like adding more low-density structures. That's fair. Like I said, I was just being a fucking idiot. Okay, that's 3.2 per second for 8 machines. Significantly better. I mean, it's not as good as what we have on Falconus, because we have... I've not beaconed this at all, but I could if I want to. But this is 4.8 per second, which is quite good. LDS is a very complex recipe that's quite expensive. Expensive recipe, but necessary. And that is looking pretty clean. Another problem is that also, in terms of molten reserves, it's also going to be a bit of a problem. I think I've talked about this already, but the amount of foundries that we have in order to make molten shit is a bit of an issue. Oh, yeah. People don't say that, you know? It was made by an immigrant, funnily enough.
Many people don't like talking about the fact that the Hawaiian shirt was made by a Japanese immigrant, folks. Let me tell you. They don't like talking about those facts. They really don't.
You know what? Yeah, we're gonna make the sticks. We're gonna also make sticks. We're gonna make some fucking sticks. Always just use foundries wherever you can, just because they're just so much more efficient. So let's get rid of some of these fucking crossing belts and all this fucking bullshit as well.
The left. The radical left. The radical Marxist left don't want you to know these things, folks. They really don't.
Now, how are we gonna fucking fit this in, is the question in terms of the fluid inputs. We can do something a little funny-duddy. I'm gonna do a little something like this. 24 sticks per second. These only consume 10? Jesus. So one of these can feed... Okay, we're not doing it like this then. No. That's unnecessary. No. Okay, we don't need to do any shenanigans then. Okay. We just put them on a belt. Yeah, we definitely just put them on a belt. Because what? How many is this? Should we have about 40? Just only need 2 of them then. I can fit in another set. Don't need to, but I could. Yeah, that makes my life way easier. So we can just do one of these. But Daho, they're only going to be on one side of the belt. Meh. Eh. Who the hell cares? And we could do a little bit of trolling like this. These don't consume that much molten iron. 160 per second. Oh, a little more than I thought. There we go. Alright, lovely. That is, I think, all of the locations where I can currently use foundries. So it's time for the next step, and that is to hook up the necessary inputs. So for LDS, LDS needs plastic. That's a little annoying. Not the end of the world, but a little annoying. Boom, just like that. And like I said, this will also help significantly clean up our belts. Like, significantly. It's a bit of a mess right now, but that's because we're transitioning. Haha, trans, am I right? Am I right, fellas? We're transing? Can't believe that Daho would, trans himself. Inconceivable. So how many is this? This should be 48 per second. 60 per second belt? That's fine. We can stick it all on one side. It doesn't need to be on both sides of the belt. That is a-okay. Lovely. Okay, so that is LDS hooked up. That is molten, the sticks. So that's the sticks. That's the LDS. And also, right, now we need to do copper cable for over here. So time to fix that up. The inputs are all going to be the same. Really, the only pain in the ass with specifically this build is going to be when we do get the electromagnetic plants. Like I said before, they're a 4x4 structure. So fitting them in is going to be a pain. Must be done, however. Foundries. Okay, 12. This should be 24? 20. So we need 2. We'll figure out how to fit in the circuits as well. Can we fit in 2 foundries here? What do you want? What do you want, Team Papagia? Bro here can't even spell putis correctly. It's fucking puto. Putis. Alright, so this doesn't really fit. So, other solution. Speed modules. We need 20 per second. Okay. 36 per second. When people say jump, I say how high. When people say do a flip, I say how many. I don't know what that means. Don't ask. But yeah, what do you have to say for yourself, puto? Like what? What do you want? Team Papagia. Talking to you, bitch. You little fucker. You little shit. You little shit fucker. You little fuck shitter. You know what? I have only one thing to say to you, puto. That's crazy. I see how it is. You know what I'm ready for, Team Papega? I am ready for something to not work out. That's what I'm ready for. That's what I'm ready for, Team Papagia. What the hell did you forget, puto? Bro thinks he's allowed to forget things. It's crazy. Huh? They are? Wait, aren't they just doing shit for vet, basically, though? What, they want vet tied or some shit? Well, fuck you, puto. It's not in range of the logistics system. Oh my god, it's actually not in range of the logistics system. That's so fucking awkward. And funny. Sweden. Sweden. That's true. I don't know, puto. It seems like Sweden is like an actual country, unlike the 2 Papega places that we fucking live in. Sweden is like an actual fucking goddamn country. Unlike the puto shit that we have, puto. where it's just literal, like, Team Papagia bullshit. But those fucking putos took that shit away. What the fuck? You know what you're saying is not exactly inaccurate, puto, but like, you know. I feel like some shit in China is probably even fucking better than, well, definitely than where we're probably at, let's be honest here. Nah. Yeah, you're probably right. Well, it roars to life. Oh, that is awkward. Son of a bitch. You know what? Why are you so Pepega sometimes, puto? Fuck you, puto. I hate you sometimes. When are you not, puto? That's a good question. Looking forward to cybersecurity conferences and competition I'll be able to attend. Cybersecurity is always going to be so in. I should have probably like brushed up more on my cybersecurity stuff. I met a guy basically like when bro wanted me to like I took like some device to him. Met this guy over Kijiji. It was pretty good. Well, we'll talk about you know, the pedophile and the other the schizo soon enough, puto. We'll talk about. Although honestly, from what I understand, it's basically like huffing copium. Yeah, basically nothing. Like those putos were just like, well, we're gonna be using these as like a way to get better conversations in the future. It's just like, oh, okay, so nothing ever happens, bros. Staying on top. It's literally nothing ever happens, bros. From what I have seen. Listen, there were some times where it was looking kind of shaky for nothing ever happens, bros. You know, there were some times, puto. There were some times, puto, where things were looking a little shaky for our boys and nothing ever happens. Nah. That's not cope, bro. That's not cope, okay? There were some times where things were looking a little dicey for nothing ever happens, bros. But, you know, nothing ever happens still came out on top. They still were on top. They still were on top, puto. We're not gonna... I'm never gonna fucking deny that shit ever. More likely Asmund gets a shower than something happening. Yeah, but like, I think I've talked about this before, right, Pepega? But like, considering the fucking current system and conditions that we find ourselves under, I think it's significantly preferable for nothing ever happens bros to be the ones who are constantly on top in comparison to, oh fuck, something is happening bros. You know? You know, I like the like this is like the only thing that I guess you could supposedly give like compliment to the capitalist system that we find ourselves under. At the very least, and I think that this is like not ridiculous to say, at the very least, the current system that we find ourselves under is good at one thing and one thing only. And that is through mutually assured destruction and very necessary pacts and trade deals. It has made it such that it is within countries' significant interests to try to at least put on the facade of cooperation in comparison to non-cooperation. Does this make sense? It is way better and way more beneficial for everyone at the, you know, the current top of the totem pole. Is just like, well, it's way better for us to make sure that we at least put on some kind of menagerie, you know? Oh, 1,000, yeah, like, that's not, like, ridiculous. Honestly, like, my sentiments on capitalism started turning because, unironically, and this is, like, some fucking LARP shit, okay? This is, like, the most, like, I'm 14, this is, like, deep kind of thing. But, my problems that I had initially with capitalism was, I was just like, you know, capitalism does waste a lot of resources. And I play a lot of fucking strategy games, right? And the thing is I despise wasting resources. Even though, like, I even try not to waste resources in fucking Factorio, for fuck's sake. Even though, like, there are plenty of instances within Factorio where it's just like, just waste a bunch of resources and it's like, fine. Like, there isn't really any consequence for it, kind of a deal. And it's like, fine to just waste a bunch of resources sometimes. But if I don't have to waste resources, I will try not to waste resources. Kind of a deal. Okay, so the reason why I did that is because I need to start to hook up the pipe for all this shit. What do you mean it's not a motherboard simulator? What the fuck? What are you talking about, puto? Pepega, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, I mean, that's kind of the idea with this puto, right? What do you mean? Like the fucking, what, are you talking about like the main bus system? That is very often used in Factorio? Don't you fucking smug me, you stupid bitch. You're not making any fucking sense. You're being Pepega right now. What do you want? Fucking puto over here is being as Pepega as possible, and he's just like, I'm like expected to be a fucking mind reader now, like in decode Team Papeja over here. Yeah, okay, bro. Listen, as a funny horseman once said, Mattnology, politics is very dumb, but very important. And that funny little horseman was very correct when he said that. It's very, very dumb, but it is very, very important. Don't you fucking Borpahol. Someone get rid of this man. Someone get rid of this puto. Someone get rid of fucking Team Papeja over here. Fucking Ford Puto net. Yeah, you're just gonna just spam random emotes? What, you're just gonna be a little fucking puto head or something? Like, what? What's wrong? Hmm? What's going on? Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Time to reintegrate our fucking goddamn system. Huh? What are you hawing me? Hmm? You bastard? What, are we just glorp spamming right now, puto? Is that what we're doing? We just glorping? We glorping right now? We glorp shitting? We shit glorping? I mean, I understand. Glorp is pretty fucking epic. I love me glorp. I love glorp. Glorp is a funny little guy. Just a funny little guy. Is that what we're doing? We just glorping? We glorping? We up glorping right now? So stupid. Puto, are we just... What, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing? You just spamming? Fucking gets Boy Meets Mini to... shit on you. Force upgrade including side belts. Man, this mod makes my life so much easier, dude. Alright, should be all of our science belts upgraded. What do we need now? More undergrounds, huh? 500. That should be more than enough. I'll also grab some more splitters. And we always need more belts. Do you have nothing else to say for yourself, Team Papeja? What do you have? Nothing? Nothing, puto? Before we take care of the main area, we're going to take care of the side areas first, because it's just going to be easier that way. It shall be easier with my fleet of robots. Do you reach all the way here? You should. Well, another thing I probably should take care of before we actually go ahead with any of this stuff is, we need to set up the artillery. Because the locals, when we start kicking up production again, are not going to be very happy with the amount of pollution that we're going to be making from all these foundries. They will, in fact, they'll be fucking pissed. Are you mad, bro? I'd be mad. I'd be fucking pissed. The great words of O. Forzen. The elegical emote. Do you have nothing to say for yourself? The Fortnite? You got nothing? Just want to post cringe? You want to be cringe? You just are cringe? Alright. Gun. Facebook. Shut the hell up.
We love Facebook, don't we, folks? It's where one of my core constituencies comes from. Don't we love Facebook? We love Facebook, folks. Very good. It's one of the best platforms. Not a total misinformation shithole, let me tell you, folks. Only the greatest of patriots come from Facebook, let me tell you. Don't we all agree on that one there, folks? Only the greatest patriots come from the great Facebook. I love Mark. He's one of my favorite guys. He's a wonderful, wonderful guy. Don't we all love Mark Zuckerberg, folks? Let me tell you. He's a great guy. Great guy!
Perhaps I should make separate artillery stops. I have to say, what the fuck is this thing here? No, that's the helicopter that was destroyed like forever ago. I think what I'm gonna do instead is I'm going to make separate artillery trains. I think. Question becomes, where the fuck am I gonna put them? I think I just put them here. Fuck it. I think I do. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make separate artillery wagon train stops. Well, this one over here is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. Ah, we can squeeze her in right here. I probably should clean this stop up, but eh. I'm only looking to make 2 of these, and that is we're gonna put artillery here and here and here. That's it. It's the only 2 locations that are getting any artillery. We don't want artillery in the other locations because we're going to need them for later, and then we'll stock them up full of artillery. Is my plan.
That's the plan, folks. I hope everyone understands. Thank you for listening to paying attention to this matter, folks. Because I almost forgot I need to turn on the artillery because we need to kill people. Gotta kill some bad folks. Gotta kill some bad hombres. We gotta kill some bad people. We got some bad guys that we need to take down. Very important.
The question is where do I stick the shell production? That's a good question. I could just stick it here. It's pretty close by to the, hub. You know what? Let's just stick it here. I think 8 is going to be more than enough manufactories for, or assembly machines rather, of artillery. I think is going to be plenty. Especially if I decide to put in a bunch of speed modules to hurry up production. Oh yeah. That's a lot of that's gonna be a lot of artillery. We should probably also start requesting calcite. Probably need to get a bunch of that again. Not enough to fill a rocket. Really? Oh, did you guys consume through all of that? Oh, lovely. Okay. Flick on, flick on, flick on. Fantastic. Alright. Start producing green belts for me again. Go forth, bots.
Go forth, robots.
Yes. Oh, these are gonna have to be taken apart. Oh, that's a little awkward. It's fine, whatever. Right, okay, so let's design the train. Put it on a completely just separate line. Okay, so we're going to basically use the exact same format for the outpost train. However, of course, it's not going to be the same thing. I need some substations. Because duh. So, these are all fine. And then we have fucking Boy Meets Mini posting cringe, as always. Everyone point and laugh at Boy Meets Mini for posting in, YouTube chat. Imagine posting in YouTube chat. You will never ever get me. Shut the fuck up. Everyone point and laugh at Boy Meets Mini for coping, seething, malding, and coping, and seething, and malding, and coping, and malding, and seething, and seething, and coping, and malding. Malt, cope, and seethe. Seethe, cope, malt. Malt, 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 malt. You're never gonna get me. You think that you're gonna get me, Vishnu, but you won't get me, Vishnu. You bastard. I don't even know if I'm using the correct god in this particular instance.
Fake news.
I'm just being racist. On purpose. But you're not gonna get me today, Vishnu!
Beta.
More like Ligma. And that's true. Man, that's a little small.
I love China.
That's true. You know who else loves China? Ford. He loves China. I think we're only just going to be using a single train, huh? Oh, that is definitely... That's a little sus. That's a little sus. That's a little sus. That is a little sus. That is a little susi obugus. I think. A little susi obugus. That's not the wrong... That's the wrong wagon. I need the actual correct wagon. Where the fuck is the artillery wagon? There we go. Oh, that... We are only going to do this. That's true. Ford, you have some explaining to do. Who would want to drive one of your vehicles in China when BYD does exist? Ah, puto? Putis? 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 Listen, Ford was clamoring for you to be here. He was like, where is Boy Meets Minnie? He's my lover. This is true and real. He was crying. Can confirm. Dentistry? Boy Meets Minnie trying to go bankrupt by going to get healthcare in America? What the? Listen, dude. Listen, Matt. If, when it comes to, like, all the, like, sniveling cowards and fucking, dipshits, it's getting rough out there, you know? In terms of just, like, I don't know, just, like, 3 IQ dip fuckery. Well, it looks like it fits. Yeah, but that's not Battlefield's fault. That's because of all the, like, 3 IQ, like, morons and chuds that are just like, yeah, we just want to be cancer. Yeah. Daho, I can't believe that you would defend this T-slur. Why would you ever do such a thing? I don't know, man, because, fuck you. First off, I don't like you. Second off, you can suck my balls. Third off, you can, eat shit and die. Okay, not 252. 25, please. Daho, what are you doing with all this artillery? We're gonna say hello to our neighbors. Smile. Daho, you wouldn't make artillery, now would you? No, smile. Oh, who said that this is a military-industrial complex? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I clearly have no ill intention with this at all. Smile, 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 schmeele, 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 schmeele. Smile, 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 smile. I have no ill intention whatsoever with all these artillery shells and all this artillery that I have. No. I don't know what you mean. Shaitan. And all this, this artillery manufactory that I have. No. What do you mean? No ill intentions whatsoever. Smile. With my military-industrial complex. I don't know what you mean. It's all self-defense. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Yeah, imagine, how dare you think that the factorial engineer would ever have any form of ill intention? How dare you think that I would commit war crimes? Even though I currently have the suit of the Mechanicus on right now. How dare you? Racist. I bet you're also a machinist. Like, you're just racist against machines. Typical. Typical fucking libtards. Am I right, fellas? Typical fucking liberals. And just like that, we have now created artillery train. Artillery train has now been created. I need substations. But first things first. Where do I want to put my artillery? Well, the closer the better. Smile. How about right here? Lovely. Now, obviously, we don't have a crazy amount of range yet, but, you know. Soon. We'll research it. The purpose of the artillery is to shoot at nests within our pollution cloud. That is their purpose. To shoot at the pollution cloud. And I am patiently waiting for a bunch of shit. Well, I mostly just want to get Pokemon Legends ZA. That's going to be a good game. It's going to be a great game. It's
gonna be great, folks. Gonna be wonderful, let me tell you.
We are still waiting for more Kels. I probably should also grab a whole bunch of tungsten plates for the express purpose of our military-industrial complex. 500 is more than enough.
Listen, folks, we have a hungry, hungry military. We need to make sure that it's well fed. It's also hungry for the blood of children. I mean, what? No, I didn't say that. No, I would never say that. I would never say that it's hungry for the blood of the innocent. What? Wait, no, I would never say that.
And blue. Trains, get rid of the entities. No vehicle fuel. Artillery. Outpost. Now, how about we give you some fuel and have you be on your merry way. Don't need a crazy big train for this one. Just so simple 1-to-1 is more than enough. And ready to unload its shells. We turned off auto because the artillery wagon itself can shoot, but we have turned off auto targeting. So we'll sit there neatly and patiently, ready at a moment's notice to murder.
Very important that everyone understands. Everyone needs to know that at a drop of a hat, I could just turn on the button and stuff's gonna die.
Alright, right, we have a bunch of fucking shit. We have an artillery outpost we need to turn on, and then another artillery outpost to make, and then, we will be done with the creation of artillery outposts, 'cause we only want 2.
Congratulations!
Alright, off you go. Bye-bye, train. I have no logistics bots in this area. We need some logistics bots. How about we bear witness? Daho, you wouldn't murder the innocent with your big guns now, would you? No. Not at all. See, they're mad now. But now they're all gonna die. Nice job running into the cliff, you idiot. Killing. Yeah, it's one of the good cliffs, actually. All dead. Death. 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 Smile. And they try to counterattack. And then die miserably. Smile. Alright, we're out of ammo now. Oh, look at this little counterattack. Look at them. Look at these little guys. Dead. Look at these little guys. Death. There will be no mercy for you. Well, so here's the thing. I can also use the targeting remote, and I get a significant amount more range in terms of what I can shoot. I'm gonna shoot this because I can. I feel like it. No one can stop me. All dead. And that's how you kill a bunch of bugs from 70 kilometers away. With big gun. All that needs to happen is that I just need to make more big guns. Alright, one more artillery location. Although I think this one is more broader overall, connected to the... Yeah, because of the fucking solar panels. What the fuck is this? But I don't want it to be, so I might just get rid of these fucking... Yeah, I do not want you to be connected to the overall fucking network. Honestly, I think it's okay for you to be connected to the overall network. I don't really give a shit about that, I think. And the problem is that, like, instead of the train supplying it, it's going to take it from the overall network, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. I don't want it to do that. I want it to use the train. So I could make it such... Can I make it have it such that the other two have priority? Maybe. Don't need a crazy amount of guns here. Just a couple. Just a couple. We don't need a ton. We don't need a ton. Just a few. Just a couple. Just a couple. Here is where it gets more action, so that should be fine. I don't know, Boy Meets Mini. I think you might be cheating. That's what Vishnu is telling me, that you are a cheater. Boy Meets Mini is a cheater, can confirm. I'm going to have to become a schizo on the internet. I'm going to have to do some schizo investigation now to prove that Boy Meets Mini is a cheater in Battlefield 6. I wonder what's next. Maybe they'll try to prove... Maybe I'm a cheater in Factorio. I'm a Factorio cheater. But there's no way that Daho should have the amount of production that he has right now. It doesn't make any sense. I think he's just cheating at Factorio, and he's just going into, like, a mod engine to make more resources. I can't believe that Daho would cheat at Factorio. Inconceivable. That he would do that. That cringe, idiot, stupid head. That dummy dum-dum head. That stupid, stupid dumb face. That stupid, idiot, shithead. Daharumba. That dumb, idiot, fart head. This lack of symmetry annoys me. So that should be that. Alright, now, what we can do is continue our, well, putting together all our bullshit. And also making sure that we get the requests needed for all the shit that we're shipping in from Vulcanus. So, calcite, 3,000. Tungsten? So then I don't have to do this manually anymore. It's 5,000. Belts. Make that 2,000. Undergrounds. 500. Splitters. It's gonna be a couple hundred as well. What other things am I going to constantly import from Vulcanus? It's probably about it. Underground, just, yep. Belts, splitters, undergrounds, calcite, and tungsten. Up until we make the geosynchronous platforms for calcite. Just going to do that. But we are getting closer and closer to being able to flick this fucking thing back on. Soon. Inshallah. And guess what? Guess which base is after? That's right, we're going back to Maluna. I know how much Boy Meets Minnie loves Maluna. It's his favorite place on the planet. He loves Maluna. Looks like I can almost take apart this this mine here, almost. How much fucking water have I been consuming? Purely just to grow trees, I guess. I mean, I'm really not concerned about this because this will eventually just become infinite, so... Because I can always just make geosynchronous platforms. So it's not a big deal. What I should be more concerned about is honestly the uranium. Alright, and there's a bunch of fucking dog shit that gets on here as well. In fact, I know, actually I do know how to fix this. Don't worry, I'll get you back, idiots. We'll clean up that fucking belt eventually. This very fucking long belt. What was I thinking when I made that belt? No, nothing at all. Great gunplay. Boy Meets Minnie, imagine playing with guns. I thought you were a leftist. That means you have to automatically hate guns. That's how that works, right? As a leftist? Kinda sus. Kinda sus. What the? How can this libtard here love guns? What the? I thought they were just all libtards. Whoa, NATO. That's extra cringe. You know, I would have to believe all the lefties. So cringe. I'm gonna have to cancel you on Twitter.com, you puto. Yep, I'm writing it right now as we speak. So Boy Meets Minnie is a Western imperialist super NATO shill. He is cringe and stupid and gay, derogatory. Gay, derogatory. It's like one of my favorite things. It's just like, it's not like an insult per se, but it's like one of my favorite things to just say. It's just like, okay, a word, derogatory. Blank, derogatory. I find that shit to be very, very funny. Yeah, leftist, derogatory, exactly. Daho, are you just saying that because you want to call leftists a bunch of slurs? Perhaps. I mean, Full Metal Alchemist, I hear, is a pretty good show.
Many people are saying that Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's pretty good, folks. Now, I don't really know 100% about Full Metal Alchemist, but I hear many people are saying things.
You play the guitar, Boy Meets Minnie? Since when? What the? You didn't know? I don't know if I know. Maybe I don't. Maybe I forgot. I don't think I know. Maybe it's just me being, I don't know, a critical racist theorist or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being racist. That's entirely possible as well, you know? Can't rule that out. What's up your daw again? The fuck is a daw? The fuck is that? Shows you how much I know about music. And before I show up specifically to Boy Meets Minnie's stream and just demand he set up the DAW. Huh? Wait, are you now Fordnet posting? What fucking, we going full puta right now? How you have fallen, Boy Meets Minnie, becoming a Fordnet poster. For shame. Imagine being like that fucking Team Papaja over there. What the fuck? What are you fucking smoking right now, Boy Meets Minnie? Get a load of this guy. He thinks he's not fucking Team Papaja? What the fuck is this shit? No, you don't want to be a part of Team Papega. I didn't say that Team Papaja stays winning. Are you crazy? Now that's some real Papega shit right there. Now that is truly Papega. should be getting close to done. Close to being done to just flicking this thing back on. Someone already dropped off their cargo. Now we go get more. Lovely. Almost done with upgrading the base. This very convenient mod. We are almost prepared to flip it on. In the meantime, we should start, yes, figuring out our liquid metal sort of situation. And appropriately transporting it to where it is needed. And that is gears. Daho, you wouldn't just double up your red science production for no reason, now would you? No. Smile. I don't know what you're talking about. Such is the power of foundries. Allows me to double up things that I can just very easily provide now for. Well, like J-pop or something? I've not listened to a lot of Japanese music.
I've not listened to a lot of Japanese music, okay? I know about Nippon Steel, okay? The 1,000-folding techniques, folks, let me tell you. Very impressive what the Japanese have done. We love Nippon Steel, am I right, folks? Nippon Steel. We love Nippon Steel.
Oi. I'm trying to think. If I wanted to double up my, production of green science, I would need, another assembly machine. Specifically for inserters. This can supply, just on its own, so many of these. So these are 12 assemblers. 24, it needs 2.5 transport belts per second. This can make 24 per second. So, yeah, not a problem. Oh yeah, this right here ain't no problem, okay? This one machine alone can supply about 200, not 200, but 20 times the amount. So yeah, about 200 for logistics science packs. Of course, well, making the inserters is a completely different story. Is there any other building that can make inserters? No, I think it's just assembly machines. So there's no quality bonus shenanigans, unfortunately. What if I were to just give this a bunch of speed modules? What would that do? 7.5? Did someone say that I can now double my, my green science now? Daho, you wouldn't double up your green science now, would you? No, not at all. Never. Why would I do that? Why would you suggest such a thing? Not at all. I don't care about military science. Ugh, I have to move all these stupid fucking chests. Go right here instead. Fuck you. Now, this is probably a little overkill, but I don't care. I want to do it. In fact, this is definitely overkill, but I want to have double the science for basically no reason, so fuck it. I'm just gonna do it. Did say that this was going to be a vast improvement to our base, and this is a vast improvement to our base. The locals will probably be very upsetty spaghetti about it, but I do not care about their opinions. In fact, if they do try to voice their opinions, they will be met with extreme prejudice. For the locals who try to voice any opinions on what is going on, they will meet the fury of 1,000 suns in artillery. You know what I should do? I should just destroy this chest so I can destroy all this stuff. Actually, I'll keep this. Fuck, I didn't want to do that. So, funny little Factorio trick that you can do. If there are stuff that you want permanently destroyed and you say do not have access to recyclers, there's another way to permanently destroy stuff. Anything other bullshit I want to get? I don't need this. I'll keep these. It's called the barrel of a gun. Man, all those useless items that I didn't need. Oh, where'd they go? I don't know. Where did they go? It's a very Stalin pushing whoever the fuck off of the bridge kind of a way of dealing with it. Did someone say doubling up my green science production? No. I would never. Here's me doing the same with all these fucking barrels of water, because I don't want them. I'll keep the unspent fuel. Fuck all that water. Who cares about losing water, by the way? Water is literally infinite. And there we go. Did someone say doubling up green science production? Because I did that. Now, for chemical science... that we can't necessarily double up on. These other two, no problem. Very easy to double up on. Chemical science, that's a little bit of a challenge. I'm gonna wait until I have more good buildings for that before I do that. So we'll double up on chemical science eventually. We just need some more stuff to do for that. It's just much easier to do it with these two shitters for the time being. Basically free to do it with these two shitters. Trying to think, like, what else could we even double up on? Not piss science yet. Piss science would be a no. Eventually we could do purple science. Piss purple. I don't care about military. And eventually you, probably. for now, we can just do these two basic ones. Okay, should not be much left in terms of that. Just need to wait for this damn thing to get loaded with belts. Because right now I am deadlocked because I do not have belts. Trying to think, what other shit can I even do right now? Is there anything else I can do? Am I producing artillery shells? No, because I have no radars. Why do I have no radars? Because I probably have no iron. So then we are kind of stuck then. Oh yes, and I did some landscaping on Vulcanus.
We did a little landscaping, folks.
You know what's another also pretty decent solution for demolishers? Artillery. Artillery is not bad at taking out demolishers. Because artillery does a lot of damage. But we'll get something better and then we'll take out all the demolishers, and eventually we will need to think about this. This will need to be given a lot of thought, because it will run out relatively quick because of all the shit that we're constantly making, aka the rockets that we're constantly sending up. And eventually we will take care of that problem as well. Eventually. I know what I could do. Finish fixing all of you. that is that done. Now for all the other shit. It's a little annoying. I need some underground belts to fix that. Okay. You're still getting belts. Okay, now for all the copper. That's a little annoying. Okay, the problem with all this is, like, how the fuck am I going to incorporate this in the belt? That becomes the next question. Belt, how? Okay, and then the only thing that's left is the LTS. Okay, perfect. And actually, I have to talk with my roommate because he's back. So I will be right back. Ooh, spooky. Let's go get some water. Hello. Video game. Okay, I just want to finally finish this damn base. I want to flick it on, but I keep having to constantly wait for a bunch of bullshit, and I don't like having to constantly wait for a bunch of bullshit. Well, Daho, maybe you should have just forehead anticipated the fact that you would have needed several, like, tens of thousands of belts. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe I should have, but I didn't, so, I don't know, fuck you. But of all the things that I don't produce enough of, I don't produce enough lube. Really. Not enough lube? This thing doesn't even eat that much lube. Oh, it's because of... It's because of this. That's why. Okay, I do need more lube then. Okay, I mean, this is a little overkill for fucking lube of all things, but... Fuck it. I'm not making another lube machine. Don't wanna. Now there's a MILF that's sacrificial. What the? Damned MILFs. Am I right, fellas? Alright, now I should be producing plenty of lube. Lube should no longer be a problem. So now I can make a shit ton of belts. Yeah, I can't believe that MILFs are trying to breathe my air. Kinda cringe, kinda cringe, kinda cringe. Who said that they were allowed to do that? I sure as hell didn't. Am I right, fellas? Here's another thing that I can do. I can fix the circuit logic for this. Too much light oil? What the? So...
The American people are tired of women.
It's true. The American people are tired of women, I agree. I agree with Bernie. That's hashtag my president right there. No, not heavy oil. It should be light oil, 40K. Fix that circuitry. Oh, you know, standard. Nothing going on really. And it's gonna be more of a chill day today because of well, I mean, not that there's not a lot of stuff to talk about. There is a bunch of stuff to talk about. But it's not like there's a lot of stuff to talk. There's a bunch of stuff to talk about. Mostly it's just gonna be more of a relaxed day. I just want to finish up this damn base. I also want to blow up this damn cliff. My cliff racism is being fully realized. I love being a cliffist. But yeah. Relatively speaking, for this day, in terms of the news, the topics du jour, I mean, you know, there's probably more like stupid bullshit I could go into, but it's whatever. I got stuff on the docket. I'm mostly looking. I just really want to fucking finish up this base for today. And then do
I have crippling depression.
That's true. That's true. And real. And based. And so pog of him to say. iDubbbz is so real for that, you know? He's so real. He's so real for saying that he has crippling depression. Alright, our load is here. Now you head back. I guess there's also like all the weird schizos and freaks as well, and like YouTube comments. You know, those guys are always fun. Can't forget about those guys. Very important that we never forget about them. I should probably get rid of this fucking water barrel bullshit, because I don't need it anymore. Do not need this fucking waste of resources. That's all of our belts upgraded, it seems. got stuck on. Pipes. Alright, are there any remaining green belts so that I can finally attach everything and finally... Yes, there's a bunch of green belts left. Fantastic. Alright. The moment of truth is here. We can finally turn on the damn factory. Turn it back on, rather.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've all been waiting for this moment for Daho to turn back on his damn factory. After him doing all the constant improvements in order to make it faster and better and stronger than ever before. Using liquid metal smelting, getting rid of the stupid annoying cliffs. The cliff racism was very powerful. I was very impressed by how racist he was being against the cliffs. It was great, it was fantastic, folks. You know, I witnessed it myself. And now he might be realizing that he may need some more belts, but only a couple hundred.
Yeah, maybe only a couple hundred. Let's just reattach the iron because I need to make artillery shells. I do not have enough belts to reattach iron. Well, that's green circuits done. Bosted. Do not need electric mining drills in my essentials anymore. Get rid of them. I suppose in the meantime, while we're here, we should always, we need a bunch more foundries. So, give me 100. This will be the only time that we're doing this grand reorganization slash expansion and whatnot. This won't be the last time. We have to do it next on Maluna, so that'll be fun. Cart inventory. I have so many fast inserters. Blue assembly machines. Random ass batteries I have. I hate how much shit I have here. Why do I have these burn reminder drills? You. I'm just gonna leave those there. I don't want to bother with those.
Don't care.
Alright, that is a significant portion of shit that we all had taken care of. Nice. Don't need to think about a bunch of shit anymore. Why do you not get any steel? That is why. Okay, so the only other thing that I would like to reorganize is this coal belt. I'm still gonna keep... Might keep it just as is for the time being, because of the fact that, of the fact that I can use that as a way to burn through the rest of the patch. Well, I want to burn through the rest of this patch, mostly. This is what I want. So what I could do is to help accelerate that process, I could just do a little bit of that. And just let this have its fun. I mean, we are at the point in the game where coal is, like, pretty irrelevant. But, you know. Just get rid of it, forehead. That's what I want to do, I just want to get rid of it. Stone brick, huh? that ore. Need to reconnect that stone. The only other thing that I'm going to have to figure out is how to redesign this specifically to have it incorporate the circuits back in. That works. On that side of the belt. It's awkward. Okay, well, you work. You don't. That angers me. just wanna flick this shit back on. That's what I wanna do. But I have to wait for the damn ship to make the goddamn stupid belts. Then it gets the goddamn belts, and then I can send the goddamn belts. And the goddamn, 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 and the goddamn. Does it probably make sense what I just said right there? It's just goddamn. So in the meanwhile, I'm gonna play some fucking lamps. Man, look at how nice and bright the base is. Oh boy, we can see during night. How exciting. What the hell is wrong with that boy? Whoa. I'll tell you what. Can't believe that Daho would sound like Hank Hill. Can't believe he would do this. Gonna have to be canceled now. Oh, you're so close. Oh, it's so close. I'm gonna come. Do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Alright, 3 more shipments. 3 more shipments. It's back up to 3K.
Shut the fuck up. No one cares. Know your fucking place. Trash.
Fuck you. Fuck you, sacrificial MILF. You bastard. You're just a sacrifice. What value do you have as a sacrifice? It's just despair. Daho, I can't believe you'd be edgy like that. Shaking my head. Nah, whatever. I don't know what that emote is. Is it supposed to be a laughing emoji or some shit? It doesn't load. Go back to Novice. Yes, finally. I'll be able to finish my damn base. Oh, I figured out something I could do. Make another artillery train. I mean, you'll have some problems waiting for your buddy, so just a little bit of a traffic jam. Yeah, you're just gonna chill there for a little bit. And there's gonna be a little bit of a jam. It's only blocking something that we're not using yet, but may have to in the future, so it's fine. But we may have to use it at a later point in time. Man, that's a lot of biters. It's a lot of people that we're going to murder with artillery. Daho, you wouldn't murder people with artillery now, would you? Clueless. No, I would never. How dare you suggest I would do such a wretched, horrible thing? Commit war crimes? As the engineer in Factorio? No. Never. Everyone starts spamming clueless, clueless, clueless. Never. I would never do such a thing. How dare you even suggest that I would do such a thing?
Do you see now all this murder and you still aren't based?
What do you mean I'm not based? I'm about to do a whole lot more murder. I'm about to do a lot of murder. A lot of murder is about to happen. What do you mean I'm not based? Fuck you mean? It would also appear I missed some belts. So that must be remedied immediately.
War crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
Well, as a Factorio engineer, it is my moral imperative to commit as many war crimes as possible. Now, I don't really have the sort of necessary retinue of mods available in order to commit as many war crimes as possible, okay? So, in terms of war crime ability, I have to say that it's rather tepid, but wait until we get to Tiber. Our war crime ability is going to significantly expand to biological weapons. Tiberium, mayhaps. I may or may not be going to extract some Tiberium, mayhaps. I don't like that I have to do it like this, but I don't feel like fixing it, so whatever. Sir, your current bottleneck appears to be green circuits. I am aware, thank you. I do not produce anywhere near enough, although I very well could produce near enough in order to sustain my needs. Right now we are busy fixing some kinks. Right now we're fixing some dire problems. and must be fixed. Oh, that's red circuit's back. Steel. And there's copper. And here's iron. This is the base being turned back on successfully. Huh? Low power? What are you idiots doing? What's going on here? Low power. Get that poppycock out of here, idiots. Woof! Those foundries are taking up a lot of energy, and we are back in the green. They shouldn't be taking up that much energy, but it's because of the fucking meltdown. But that should be fixed. Yeah, it's about You'll even yourself out eventually. There you go. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, that's right. I have to take care of these shitters now. I forgot for fucking pipes on this fucking thing. I haven't even brought up the molten iron yet. Right. So the base is almost ready to be turned back on. Side. Now for the other side. How am I going to manipulate the stamp belt? Sure. That works. Are now researching again. Lovely. Fantastic. Very good. Producing science. All that good shit. Why am I missing production science? Plastic. Why is there no plastic? Oh, that's why. Nope, that should just be allowed to flow freely. There we go. Alright, that's that problem fixed. Eventually. Right, we have no sticks. Because we're using foundries to make sticks. Right. Which means it's time to bring you up in order to make some fucking sticks. There's low density structures back. I need to get rid of these belts that I forgot to get rid of. Fuck my life. That's LDS back. That's the entire base turned back on. It's over. Everything has now been fixed. And it seems like everything is holding pretty steady. I forgot to add a weight condition to the artillery trains. So they're constantly zipping about like idiots. Please wait until you have full cargo before you go around and start murdering people. Now. And we are beginning to produce artillery again, and purple science is flowing back in. Lovely. This thing should now be able to easily, consistently produce without any fucking problems at all whatsoever. Because guess what we were constantly short on? Rail. Why? No steel. Steel? We got a fuck ton of it now. The only problem now is going to be circuits. But the next planet we're going to, we're going to get something that's going to remedy that problem. But yes, our significant improvements have now been completed. Hooray. No more of this fuck bullshit. Hooray. Thank God. Inshallah. And may we soon fucking mine this shit out so then I can add another fucking smeltery for iron onto the bus. In the meanwhile, we are probably going to need we'll go with 10,000 belts, and that'll be for Maluna, for when we fix Maluna. Lovely. And we're back to a solid 100 science per minute. Huzzah. But once I get the EM plant, I do plan on expanding our piss and purple science probably further. So I will definitely be expanding those. And expanding module production, because we are going to make so many circuits. Make circuits about the wazoo. And it'll be great. Like, if I want to talk about broken factorial buildings, the electromagnetic plant is up there. It's very, very good. Really, really, really good. Would have even thrown in the biochamber. The problem with the biochamber is that you need an annoying fucking intermediate to make it work. And it's just like, well, okay. Like, you're a good building, but... bro, you need some annoying bullshit. Why is there a water... this is just the water stuff getting fucked over. Why did it... What? Temporary unload. Well, this is a problem that needs to be fixed. How the fuck did this happen? Huh? Wait, how are you unable to find unload? Okay. Same dumbass problem as I had before. No fucking space. Well, I fixed it, so it's fine. Fuck you. How the fuck was it fine before? How did I even do that? Give me back my petroleum, asshole. Fuck you. Goofy ass game. Wait, why is this water train keep coming here? Why? You are water. Oh, I see. Okay. The interrupt got fucked up. That's a little weird. Why did the interrupt get fucked up? Well. Nothing of value was lost. That was a little weird. Alright. Yeah, that was a little weird. I don't know why the fuck that shit happened, but it did. But now it's fixed, so it's not that big of a deal. Well, I think that's fine and dandy. Well, we fixed out all the kinks and everything. Blah, 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 blah. Lovely, fantastic. I think it's time for some damn yapping, I suppose. Boo. Oh, man. That was very strange. That happened. People are being really fucking stupid about the problems with the Anna Kasparian, Tucker Carlson thing. Nah, they're really fucking dumb. There's one person on the left and one person on the right who are getting together and having a conversation. What exactly is wrong with that? Because fucking Anna Kasparian's not on the left. Sir, they're falling for the stupid shit again. Oh, that's crazy. People who are barely politically educated are falling for the exact same fucking shtick all over again? I'm shocked. Look at me. This is me being shocked. Stupid. Whatever. Alright, let's grab all our shit. My flabber has been gassed. Yeah, exactly. Oh. I am shocked. Boo-da-boo-da-boo. I can't believe that stupid, sexy Zohran would talk with Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, bummer. Can't believe he would do that. Not Barack Hussein Obama. And he's lib. He's a lib now. Like, literally, there was, like, some fucking lefty podcast already saying, like, oh, so Zoran's gonna be, like, AOC/Bernie 2.0, and it's just like, dog, you have no fucking idea if that's gonna be the fucking case. He hasn't even gotten to fucking power yet. Like, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about, bro. Anna herself says she isn't on the left, and she even said to Jank, we aren't on the left anymore, but Jank is still pretending. Well, no, Jank does the whole populism shtick, because he thinks that, he's trying to do, like, class reductionist populism, which is not actual fucking populism. Well, no, technically speaking, no. That is wrong. Jank is an actual fucking populist, right? Populists tend to be class reductionists inherently because they can see that social issues are not a popular thing, so they're not going to push for those fucking, those particular issues because it's just not inherently However, it's fairly obvious what the fucking problem with that is, because it's just like, well, you know, rising tide raises all ships. If you do not have fucking solidarity with one another, so it's just like, whatever. Yeah, I mean, the thing that, like, lefties have a problem with, specifically just with AOC, and admittedly, they are 2 really bad votes, is just Iron Dome stuff. That's it. Otherwise, she's fine. Like, could she be, like, more radical or something? Sure, yeah, whatever. So can, like, my fucking right testicle, okay? Everyone can be more radical or whatever the fuck, but it gets to a particular point where it's just like, you have to think about what particular objectives are. You have to think strategically, and the left is wholeheartedly incapable of thinking strategically. Like, strategic thought is just not... It's... Matt Duss and John Mearsheimer having a debate on fucking Russia-Ukraine. Oh boy. Probably should have watched that bit, because John Mearsheimer is just a complete fucking hack. And Matt Duss is... I like Matt Duss. Yeah, he's very stupid. Like, I've literally talked about this shit before to people who liked some of John Mearsheimer's shit, but John Mearsheimer, his whole fucking shtick is that he's a fucking, international realist, right? He's an IR guy. However, in line with his IR stuff, and specifically with a lot of his policy on nuclear stuff, where he was consistent, right? He said that the U.S. should have gone ahead with the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. He's a conservative. Like, people on the left don't want to tout him. It's like, it's nonsense. Like, and that's him being fucking consistent. It makes sense why he'd be okay with the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. Because his biggest shtick is that he wants to stop nuclear proliferation as much as possible, right? He even advocated for the Ukrainians to keep their nukes in 1993. Mearsheimer's also very anti-China. I wonder why. Because again, it's all about IR fucking bullshit with this fucking guy. It's all about preventing as much nuclear proliferation as much as possible with him. So lefties liking him is very fucking strange. Well, it's probably because he has, like, some shit about fucking Israel that they like. So, again, they're willing to fucking cherry pick. Like, he's not good. He's pretty bad overall. But whatever. Fucking lefties are stupid. No, they wouldn't. Yes, I think I do remember that take. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Like, no, they wouldn't. Why would they be an ally against China? Just because they've had tensions in the past because of the Sino-Chinese Soviet split? No, fuck no. They've more or less repaired that fucking relationship. To think that the Chinese and the Russians are not gonna like each other is very stupid. Why would they? They align on very specific geopolitical goals. It's just one of those things that's just like, it's mind-numbingly dumb. It's just like, okay, sure, man, totally. This is a position that makes a lot of sense and is very, very fucking goddamn consistent. It's nonsense. Complete utter nonsense. Dude, these people are so fucking stupid. Huh? You gained 1 follower from this video. Congratulations. Okay. What? Try to ask for evidence to his claims so I can understand his point of view. Buddy, you haven't even fucking commented on this fucking video. What the fuck are you talking about? You're actually just brain damaged. only time this guy replied was to something that Boy Meets Minnie said. Okay, never mind. Brain damaged. Okay. I mean, these people are they're all just brain dead. I'm trying to look for evidence for your claims, and it's just like, dog, you can look at the fucking video. I don't have to, like, again, you people are the ones making the claim that she's cheating. You need to prove that claim. What do I have to fucking prove? Like, which claim are you talking about, right? What, about, like, Tectone having sexual assault allegations against him? Okay, we can get the fucking Pinky Chew allegations. Easy. I can find that. No problem. There's allegations out there. Are Tectone's dad being a rapist? Okay, easy. There's literally fucking that shit, like, that shit out there. Yeah, you can't prove a negative. It's stupid. I'm gonna get into a spat with that guy specifically because that guy's extremely fucking brain dead. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Gavin Newsom Liberation Day. You know, I wish these people would just come into fucking YouTube chat so I can yell at them. That's what I want. Listen, they'll never show up because they're just stupid cowards. Is that a fucking gotcha game, AJ? I have no idea. Putin says, Trump says no Ukraine deal after Putin talks as he advises Zelensky to make a deal. Wow, as expected, he fucking accomplished nothing. Who would have thought? It's such a crazy thing. Oh yeah, he did a little fucking gotcha. Like, yeah, he did like one gotcha game advertising stream, and that's like a gotcha now, saying like, oh, I thought you said you never liked playing gotcha. It's like, okay. Monster Hunter Outlanders is probably going to be a gotcha game. Okay, well, you know, everyone needs to have their foray into gotcha slop. Is what it is, right? But yeah, I mean, like, Tectone is just, like, mind-numbingly fucking stupid. Like, he's just really fucking dumb. Like, I genuinely question, like, just how his brain is capable of functioning sometimes. I really do. Like, I sit there and I think to myself, like, how does your brain work? How does it function? How are you capable of, like, thought? It's stupid. Really, it really is fucking stupid. Nobody knows. It may have been only costumes to the vid I saw said costumes for the Hassan stream. Okay. I mean, again, my position on Tectone is consistent. He's just, like, mind-numbingly stupid. He's just a fucking idiot. Like, I genuinely, I just, like, I sit there and I very often, I question myself, saying, like, how did one guy get so fucking dumb? Basically, CSGO and Team Fortress are gotchas in that regard, too. I mean, technically speaking, like, any any like game that has like a lot of like loot box mechanics can technically be considered a gotcha game, right? Like, it's not ridiculous to say. Trump and Putin. They finished talks. So no deal as expected. Crazy. Putin. Old lady time. What exactly is a gotcha game? Many people are asking this question. Basically, do you know what like a sacrificial MILF? Do you know what like a gachapon machine is in Japan? Do you know what those are? The game machines you get toys out of? Basically, yeah, exactly. Now, think of it, what happens if you apply the exact same concept, but to, well, typically mobile games? You have gotcha games, right? It's essentially, you spin a machine, aka the, you know, whatever. Yeah, equal, like, gumball machine. Also, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, AJ. Yeah, exactly. Gumball machine, you don't know what you're gonna get out of it. Yeah, you open packs and you, I don't know, you can get like characters of certain fucking ratings, of certain rarities, of certain whatever the fuck bumblefuck bullshit. It's typically like, to put it simply, it's just like, alright, how much money are you gonna fucking spend in order to get like whatever dumb fuck weapon you need for whatever dumb fuck character in order to have a perfectly optimized fucking build, blah 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 blah. Shit like that. And that's gachapon. And gotcha games. Yes, that is true, AJ. That is very, very common. My menus are banner shaped and you could direct your currency into focusing for specific items, / units, / etc. Yeah, exactly. 1000%. Mm-hmm. No biggie. You hear it everywhere. That's true. They've gained quite a lot in terms of prominence, I'd say. And mostly for the fucking big titty anime girls. That's the biggest reason why. It's all because of anime women with giant fucking boobs and stuff. And yes, generally speaking, gotcha games tend to be free, right? India's gaming market isn't about $70 games. Doesn't surprise me. But yes, generally speaking, gotcha games tend to be quite popular simply just due to the fact that a lot of people, they're free, they're easy to get into, and if you want to pay a fuck ton of money, you can. However, these games very often have a lot of coercive elements in order to make you try to pay more, obviously, right? Like, no. Trump and Putin. Wait, the press conference is still fucking going on? Why did they have like a 3-hour fucking presser? Okay, I'm not fucking watching the whole fucking thing. Fuck that shit. Apparently not. Apparently it's like 4 fucking hours. Why? Trump and Putin and more than 2.5-hour meeting. Okay. Where probably nothing happened. Yes, there's Putin came to Alaska and had a meeting with Trump. Whether they discuss, probably nothing at all, because Trump immediately came out in like multiple interviews saying like,
But no, this was just like an opener to try to get to further discussions.
and it's just like, okay, whatever. It's just the problem with this is that he's like with the summit, quite literally, is that he's fucking legitimizing Putin's positions, right? Because Putin isn't interested in negotiating. Like, why should he negotiate? It's whatever. Did that conference get cut off out of nowhere? I don't know. No idea. From all the streams that I'm seeing, it's just, it does not seem to have been cut off, but they probably had a private meeting and then they decided to do a presser. More than likely. Because I know he's been saying, like,
There's gonna be severe consequences if he doesn't end the war.
but he, like, again, like, he's already done that before. He said that before. Nothing's happened. Nothing ever happens, bros. Kind of a deal, you know? What's this? Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska. The White House abruptly cut the live stream feed and all the media quickly ejected from the room. Interesting. So they did just randomly fucking... Okay. Now listen, Trump's a UFC guy now, right? You know?
Mr. President.
I mean, it's just like, it's just such a fucking nothing burger. I mean, in terms of the, in terms of like this, first off, no fucking cool people use Reddit, okay? Reddit is extremely soy and cringe. But generally speaking, like, in terms of, like, social media platforms, in terms of, platforms that have not been wholeheartedly captured by the right wing, Reddit is, like, I think the only one that's left that has not been wholeheartedly captured by the right. Like, not at all. And it's mostly because it's, like, a lot of, like, significantly isolated, sort of, communities. But more importantly... Way more importantly, people will just ban you. The moderation is significantly fucking better on fucking Reddit in comparison to every other social media platform. The reason why there's like such a ridiculous amount of fucking cancer on not only Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and all this stuff is because they all significantly loosened their Moderation. That's why. Why are there so many 3 IQ morons, for example, in all the YouTube comments that I have? Because of that loosening of the moderation that YouTube decided to do in order to accommodate for more of these like schizophrenic fucking freaks. That's why. Yeah, right-wing money. It's not about humans sucking in particular, but, you know, it's more so, I would say, it's more so a whatever the fuck nonsense, just, it's mostly just money, right? Money has made people fucking terrible. The poor economy has made fucking people terrible. That's why. Listen, don't say that, because now we're gonna have, like, I don't know, weirdo fucking freaks being annoying. People are protesting a peace summit. That's so fucking funny. Same. I really think the comedian's quote to heart, or take the comedian, think about the dumbest person you know, now think about the rest of the world is dumber than them, or something along that line. I believe it. Robin Williams, 07 or a real one, for real. I don't know, the problem is there's just too many fucking morons, man. And money has, like, amplified all the fucking morons. I mean, this is also, like, a very, like, big byproduct also because of the, whatchamacallit, laissez-faire attitude that the U.S. has, in particular with free speech. Very big consequence. You get a lot of, like, dipshittery. Dipshits can very, very easily amplify themselves. Very, 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 very easily amplify themselves. It's just kind of cooked. Oh, it's George Carlin. Okay. Nothing. Exclusive interview with Donald Trump after his meeting, following his meeting with Putin.
Vladimir Putin said something, one of the most interesting things. He said, your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting.
That's incredible, bro. He's getting played like a fucking fiddle. You play Factorio? I don't believe you.
Thing.
I might as well grab some RuPaul clips. Who's president in 2022? There'd be no war. Again, bullshit. That's like a standard talking point that he has for some fucking reason.
Russia, Russia, Russia.
Did not want to pin that shit.
Yeah, I vote.
Russia, Russia, Russia. We love Russia, folks. Don't we?
To have that.
No, he doesn't care about that
Like
shit
to-
at all. And next time in Moscow.
Like to.
He's just getting fucking played like a fiddle, man. Like a fucking fiddle. Very stupid. He's so fucking stupid, dude.
We would have done a lot of great things, but if it wasn't for the Russia, Russia, Russia.
I was very happy to hear him say if I was president that war would have never happened. In-fucking credible, bro. God. He's playing him like a fiddle. Well, is there one thing that you and Putin don't agree on?
I'd rather not get into that.
Okay. Well.
European nations gave us they're giving us a good deal.
Trump admits his tariff rates are based on, among other things, gut instinct. Brilliant. We have about $17 trillion coming into the U.S. now. Okay.
But
Biden was the one who drove China and Russia together? No, that's not the case.
people.
I'm not gonna bother with that stupid.
We're pretty close to a deal. Now look, Ukraine has to agree to that. Maybe they'll say no.
They're probably gonna say no because, again, he's been talking about wanting to give territories. Okay, no one cares about AI. Although, honestly, one of the planets that we're gonna go to deals with AI. But it's like, it's just AI cores. It's very stupid. It's not exactly the same thing.
Oh, oh. Awesome.
Oh, man, dude. It's incredible just how, like, brain soup this man is.
And we spoke.
Okay, I don't care about that. I think that's probably about it. Thank you, Aaron Rupar. Very cool.
Russia, Russia, Russia. Russia, 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 folks, let me tell you.
Ay, man. Why is it so cooked, bros? Why is this shit so fucking cooked, man? Whatever. No one sees the Factorio. The Factorio does not exist. I mean, we're gonna make fun of Egghead asshole, though. You know. Cool. That's not what I want. I want to shut the music up. That's what I want. Thank you. Alright, well, time for more egg-headed asshole. Fucking spit. Alright, what do we have here? Tectone, probably saying some fucking stupid shit. What's the stupid shit? Well, for lack of a better term, we took a look at a video about Asmongold talking about, oh man, it's all because of the T's. That's why there's problems for gay people and queer people in general. You know, the exact same, like, stupid fucking nonsense that a lot of these, like 3 IQ, dipshit, like, sort of, are LG without the T kind of a people, and also these, like, stupid Nazi freaks, like, gays against groomers are constantly saying about fucking trans people, saying that, well, you know, the reason why trans people have lost all their rights and everything is because they're trans and no one likes them. That's why gay people are losing rights, or whatever fucking idiotic bullshit. Again, Asmongold fucking talked about that topic, so now it's time for the egg-headed asshole to also talk about that topic, because again, that's the permission structure that this stupid prick fucking operates off of. But what do we got here?
Trans activists on Twitter are out of fucking control, and they're hurting every movement they're a part of.
Where have we heard this before? You know? Where have we heard shit like this before? Hey, like, these, like, stupid pick-me types and stuff like that. Again, like, we all know about the sort of, like, the argument here that Blair White specifically always puts out. And, you know, you ask for, like, any evidence, and generally speaking, the only evidence these, like, stupid assholes generally present is just like, well, they were kind of mean to me on Twitter, and I didn't find that very poggers. And it's just like, alright, man, totally. Like, you're just, like, a pussy? Okay, that's cool.
They're making normal trans people look, well, okay. Okay.
I'm glad he's catching. Well, hold on. Let's see if he catches himself here. Normal trans people. Because, listen, this is the same motherfucker who calls every fucking trans person a mentally ill degenerate. So, let's see. Does he catch himself here?
You gotta understand. There are trans people that mind their own business.
Ah.
Right? There are people just like, I feel like I'm a woman. Now, once again, I would make it very clear. I do think being trans is a mental illness. It's obvious.
Okay, so then why are you making this fucking distinction? You still think it's a mental fucking illness. Like, what was the point of all this fucking bloviating, you fucking moron? Like, why would you say this? What was the point of this? What did this accomplish? Like, I'm asking genuinely, like, what did this do? Like, you're saying, like, okay, wait, hold on, I gotta preface this to make sure that my stupid audience of, like, 3 IQ, like, troglodytes and morons don't get mad at me. Yes, I still think that they're all mentally ill, but, you know, there's some that just, like, mind their own business. Like, what do you mean mind their own business? Like, they're in the fucking closet? They don't participate in polite society? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you moron? This is why I say you can't have rapport with motherfuckers like this. Because they are just not interested in the social contract. They are not interested in broader general fucking society. You must attack them vociferously. Because these people are just, like, repugnant little fucking assholes.
That it is, you're a guy that thinks they're a girl, right? That's in your brain. That fucking happens, okay? It's the same thing with, like, I'm a dude and I want to fuck dudes, right? Like, naturally, we are human beings where...
I'm just gonna keep saying this because this is a point that needs to be reiterated. Liberal fucking fascism, okay? Very, very soy, cucked fucking fascist fucking bullshit constantly. Because, again, this is the exact same shit that you see from a lot of these, like, stupid fucking sniveling motherfuckers doing, like, oh, well, you know, I have to, like, do a lot of prefacing and making sure that I don't rile up the wokes too much and all this fucking bullshit. It's like, no. Like, listen, commit or don't fucking commit, okay? Stop being, like, just a fucking pussy about it, okay? Pussyfoot around. I know, say some fucking slurs or some shit. Like, I'm honestly, I'm so fucking sick and tired of seeing this, like, pussyfooting about from, like, motherfuckers like this, saying, like, oh, well, you know, I gotta preface it and, like, do all this, like, bullshit and stuff. But, like, you know, I think that they're all mentally ill degenerates, but, you know, I think that some of them are, like, okay, and I want to just be, like, go, like, normal people, go about life being, like, normal and stuff. Like, it's just, like, oh, dude, just fucking, like, I don't know, call him a slur at this point. Like, you don't actually think that. Stop, like, why are you pussyfooting around? Oh, it's because he doesn't want to get banned from the platforms that he's on. That's why.
Our entire existence is supposed to procreate, which is man have sex with woman, make baby. That's our entire lineage, right? That's entirely like what we are, right? But
why? What if there's cis women out there, for example? I think there was a thing that Valkyrie has said, like, oh, my plan for the next 40 years is to not have fucking kids. What about that? What about people who are asexual, right? What if that's not it? What about all the fucking people throughout history who have had recognized fucking third genders, whose purpose is to not procreate? What about Tibetan monks? That's a fucking order that has existed for a couple 100 years. Those guys don't go out and fucking have sex. They don't. So, like, what is it? What about people who have who sort of act in religious, pious sort of senses, right? Monks. Not just Tibetan monks, but just monks in general. Those people don't have sex. The Pope doesn't have sex. A lot of, like, pontiffs just don't have sex. So, like, what's their purpose in life? Are they not fulfilling their purpose? Like, what the fuck do you mean by purpose? Biological fucking purpose, right? Because it's not actually about biological purpose. The point with these people is that they just are okay with the transphobia. They want to do the transphobia. It's not about biological purpose with these people. These people care less about that shit.
But our brains are wired differently, and when people's brains are wired differently, normally those things are...
I guess the brains of monks are all just wired differently inherently. Oh, crazy.
Considered mental illnesses unless social media says, well, it's really mean to call those things mental illnesses. It doesn't matter if it's mean. Your brains are wired differently than what a normal human being's...
By the way, this guy has, like, basically no credentials or expertise and has probably not even looked at any of the studies to say why he is just wrong. He's just not correct. And that's a good point, Alex. Yeah, by the way, if procreation was all we are, there would be no such thing as menopause. Seems reproduction isn't the only thing we are good for. Exactly. You know, eventually people can just become inert, right? That's a thing that fucking happens. Sometimes your dick just stops working. That just happens. Does that mean those people aren't normal, Tectone? It's a little weird.
is, which is why we call those outliers mental illnesses. That is what happens. Right?
Sure.
But there's a lot of trans people that just mind their own business. Nobody fucking cares. The problem is...
So does that, like, again, this is a contradiction, right? Trans people who mind their whole business, you think every single one of them are mentally ill, right? Are they also mentally ill because they're minding their own business? And what do we mean by minding their own business? Not being, like, loud and annoying on Twitter or something? That's a minority of a minority of a minority. There are very, very few fucking people that are that loud and annoying. You just want to fucking hyperfixate on them because you work with a particular permission structure given the sort of audience that you have and also sort of the audience that he has and also the people that he broadly has around him, right? It's the fucking permission structure. And yeah, it's all about, like, reinforcing, like, a cis heterosexual fucking straight propaganda onto fucking everyone when it's just like, okay, like, why? It's fucking stupid, man.
The people who are going into, you know, the social media threads trying to cancel everybody that doesn't use their proper pronouns.
I can't believe people are canceling me because they
want to fucking misgender me, even though I have explicitly said, like, hey, I go by she, her, not he, him. You can go, like, fuck yourself.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm getting canceled.
What are you, a fucking baby? Fucking just like, whoa, crazy. You should just use their fucking pronouns. Like, what's the fucking problem with that? What, are you too much of a fucking, like, pussy in order to be able to do that? Jesus, this fucking shit is pathetic, man.
Going into stores, breaking property, getting waiters fired because they're not using their proper pronouns, and they're just making everybody look...
Getting waiters fired because they're not using their proper pronouns. What the fuck are you talking about? And breaking fucking property. It's pretty reasonable why people might be fucking upset about people not using their pronouns properly. So you know what? For the rest of this, I'm going to say that Tectone is a woman. She, her. Okay? It appears that she's getting real pissed here about, like, complete utter fucking nonsense here. I wonder what she also has to say.
Look horrible because those are the people that they're making the figureheads who, instead of trans being a product of their identity, trans becomes their entirety of their identity. And
what the fuck are you talking about? What? You're the people who fucking do that. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, this is nonsense. Yeah, bitch tone. Yeah, she, her pronouns, exactly. Like, this is meaningless. This means nothing.
That's when people start being like, wow, these people are fucking ridiculous. If you're sexual...
You people are the ones who are fucking doing that, bitch tone. What the fuck are you talking about? You motherfuckers on the right are the ones who hyper-specifically fixate on the identity of fucking trans people. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sexuality or your nationality becomes your entire personality, you are going to make everybody else look horrible. Anyways, let's keep going here.
Wait, what? Wait. I need to re-listen to that because it's also just fucking brain damage, probably. And it's in, well, of course it's in reaction to a Hassan clip because, again, if fundamentally he has no other interesting or compelling content besides, I don't know, going after people who have more success than him.
Sexuality or your nationality becomes your entire personality, you are going to make everybody else look horrible.
You are the ones who do that. You are the one who does that. You are the ones who fucking do that all the time. Hyper specifically fixate on trans people's fucking identity or nationality. You are the real fucking motherfuckers who do all the id poll bullshit all the time. Nonsense. I can't believe that trans people do id poll all the time. When in reality, these are the motherfuckers who do the id poll bullshit constantly. It's not about fucking trans people with, like, stupid morons and dipshits like this. Absolutely fucking not. It's, this guy has, like, a particular connection with the fact that trans people exist at all. Like, that's what it actually is. Yeah, fucking nationality becomes your entire personality. Exactly, with the dude who has a fucking US flag behind him. Stupid.
Anyways, let's keep going here.
In my opinion, the GQ article book...
Okay. This was in reaction to Hassan, stupid, sexy Hassan GQ article. Fantastic, great. So, as expected of fucking Tectone, he barely understands anything at all when it comes to trans issues or trans people, and would prefer to just say like complete idiotic, incoherent bullshit, such as, I can't believe that trans people constantly focus on their identity all the time when it's the stuff that his fucking side does all the fucking time. Every single moment. Fucking listen, all that fucking conservatives love to do is they just have gawk on their mind. They love constantly thinking about, dreaming about, and just pondering about the girl cock. They love girl cock. They can't think of nothing else besides girl cock. It's all about girl cock with these people. They love girl cock. Like, broadly speaking, do people understand like what's being said here? Like, I don't know. I think Tectone just wants to only think about one thing and one thing only, and that's girl cock. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, well, weirdo fucking sex abuser loves girl cock. Very cool. Like, ay, bro. Man, I fucking hate my hatred. These motherfuckers is so fucking is on another level. I hate them so much, dude. Now here's Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, the name is, listen, that Gwen Stefani bit was really, really good. Good bit. Very, very good bit. Oh, that's true. Even though, like, funnily enough about that, AJ, is, China literally has cracked down on like media representations of more effeminate men, which is so fucking funny. So in reality, he should be a big fan of stuff like Genshin Impact and Chinese fucking, I don't know, propaganda and bullshit, because they crack down on effeminate men in media. Anywho. Chinese government actually did not like the amount of feminine men, and they told them to tone it down. That's true. Anyway. Zohran Mamdani having a chat with Barack Hussein Obama. That's crazy. I'm ready for a lot of people to be very, very normal about this. What do we got here?
And the ways in which we govern to deliver on that. And the lessons of that conversations are one that I hold close to me as we continue to build this campaign to win the general election. And it was an honor to receive that time and those reflections from the former president.
Okay, I know instantaneously that a lot of like terminally online dumb fuck lefties are probably going to get real triggered about the fact that Zohran just said that. Dog, broadly speaking, in terms of politics, because again, Zohran Mamdani is a politician who is trying to win Democrats over to gain power, because that's what he cares about in order to be able to implement his agenda. Okay, sometimes, unfortunately, the mind of the average voter is an enigma. It's not as simple as just do policy, fucking forehead, and you'll just win, smile. That's the exact same thing Bernie thought, and unfortunately, he fucking lost. So, you know... unfortunately, voters, listen, we all know the meme about, like, we taught this chimpanzee the thoughts of the fucking average voter, and it ended up shooting itself. So, it's not just as simple as just like, oh yeah, dude, you know, if we just do like the forehead good thing, we just do like the forehead good thing and people are just going to vote for you. That's not how that fucking works, okay? You have to fucking coalition build, you have to compromise, because this is how fucking politics works, okay? And I know that a bunch of dumbasses are going to get fucking triggered about the fact that Zohran Mamdani said, I'm honored to have the conversation that I had with Barack Obama. Because again, unfortunately, we live in a fucking period where Barack Obama is so, broadly speaking, popular amongst the fucking Democrats. And if you want to be able to have any actual left-wing movement and change, that needs to fucking change to a negative perception of Barack Obama. But lefties are not very good at being able to do that, unfortunately.
I know that he could be endorsing you, and separately, have you also met with Senator Chuck Schumer at all? I know he said that he wanted to. Just wondering what happened.
I leave the decision of endorsements to the president. I can tell you that my focus continues to be on the 8.5 million New Yorkers who call the city their home. And
well, he's never going to get an endorsement from Cuck Schumer because Cuck Schumer is a cuck. That's about it.
Continues to animate our campaign on how we deliver this campaign to make it a city that they can afford.
Staying on message as always, which is fine and dandy. Yeah, I don't know. Like, he got a call from Obama. He was talked with Obama, and who the fuck knows what exactly they talked about. I don't think it's particularly relevant, but it's I don't know. I don't think it's wild. But I was going to say, oh, it's wild to think that he got a call from... Nah, not really. Like, Obama has fucking done this shit before where he just, like, talks with, like, random jabronis every now and again. Yeah, I guess, like, Obama just wants to, like, suss him out or some shit. Obama's probably not going to endorse him if I were to take a bet because Obama is, like, the gatekeeper of broader left politics within the fucking Democratic Party. And like I've said before, if you want to have broader left politics to be effective within the Democratic Party, you need to do everything possible to sort of just, well, you know... generally speaking, make Obama as unpopular as possible. Lefties, if you want to actually do effective potential agitprop, you should just go after Obama, not go after people who said like, oh yeah, I'm honored to have spoken with fucking Obama or whatever, because it's not going to work. It's not going to work, but then again, a lot of these like stupid motherfuckers that I'm deriding are wholeheartedly incapable of being able to even order a fucking pizza on the phone, for fuck's sake, so whatever. I don't think there's really much else to say besides that. That is true. Cuck Schumer is part of the cucks for Cuomo. That's very true.
Zohran Mamdani. We love Zohran, folks, don't we?
I'm gonna spray my nose. Actually, I'll spray my nose, and also, I do need to take a piss. So I'm going to take a piss, and then spray my nose. Do the sniffer. Blah, 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 blah. I'll be back. Don't you sniff at me, bastard. We're back. Oof. We'd be taking a piss and shit.
Very good and very cool, folks.
So a bunch of people got access to play Legends ZA demo stuff. Neat. All I know is that when Legends ZA drops, we're probably not going to know any of the stats or anything, or perhaps even abilities of the new megas until they finally go ahead with the update for Pokemon Bank. So probably not going to know about that shit for a while.
Gavin Newsom. We love Gavin, don't we? Newsom. He's Newsom. My favorite guy. I love him.
Alright. What do we have here? Today's Liberation Day in California. Liberation Day, you say?
To recognize today is Liberation Day in the state of California. And as Senator Schiff said, Donald Trump, you have poked the bear, and we will punch back to recognize.
That's true. So I believe this is in reference to him announcing to do a referendum, right, Boy Meets Mini? Referendum in November? Referendum in November to vote to go ahead with a special session to do the redistricting. And he's going to take away 5 seats to do basically a riposte to the proposed maps that the Republicans are doing in Texas, right? What's the likelihood that this passes? I mean, like, I would think that Californians, generally speaking, have very, very good reasons to be particularly pissed about the actions of the Trump administration, given what happened in LA. And I mean, the messaging around that has been, it was a little shaky at first, but is now fairly solid and fucking consistent. Talk about, like, yeah, this was unnecessary, we've done the legal action, we've done the recourse that we're supposed to do, it's up to the fucking courts to figure it out, blah, 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 kind of a deal, right? Like, I mean, this is going to make Gavin Newsom look quite good, considering, like, he's probably a hopeful for the fucking presidency, if I were to take a bet. I don't know, like, if you know anything about the vibe that's going on, in particular, Boy Meets Mini, but, I mean, we'll see. But yeah, he wants to take away 5 seats. I mean, I would have much preferred to have, to him to do the 9-seat takeaway, the 52-0, sort of gerrymandering map from I don't remember the name of the Twitter account, but she basically made a bunch of maps saying, like, here is a 52-0 California gerrymandered electoral map, making it such that there are only nothing but Paris plus 10 seats and districts, and basically makes it such that it is impossible for the Republicans to ever win. CA State Senate is 30 Democrats, 10 Republicans. I don't see why this doesn't happen. Well, I mean, he said it's a referendum that he's having, right, Boy Meets Mini? So that means the people are going to vote on it, right? Like, I'm not talking about the Republicans can't do anything about stopping the referendum. The referendum is going to happen. It just depends on how the constituents are going to vote at this point. Because I anticipate there's going to be a lot of fucking right-wing groups who are going to do everything possible in order to try to stop this. And it's going to be up to how well the Democrats within the state of California are going to message, say, like, oh, do you want Trump to, like, continue doing the fuck shit possible that he's been doing within Los Angeles and, like, broadly speaking within Texas? Well, you have a chance to potentially stop that if you vote for this referendum. Vote like this, blah, 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 and do, like, a quick little fucking tutorial kind of a deal. Yada, yada, yada. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right? Shit like that. And I think that would be quite effective politically for Gavin Newsom and the Democrats to do. But yeah, what do we have here? A video. Calls on the Democrats to meet fire with fire. I agree.
We're here because Donald Trump, on January 6th, tried to light democracy on fire, tried to wreck this country, tried to steal an election, as Alex just said, by trying to dial in for 11, almost 12,000 votes. And here we are, in open and plain sight, before one vote is cast in the 2026 midterm election. And here he is once again trying to rig the system. He doesn't play by a different set of rules. He doesn't believe in the rules. And as a consequence, we need to disabuse ourselves of the way things have been done. It's not good enough to just hold hands, have a can.
I mean, this is going to be pretty overall good rhetoric here by Gavin Newsom, right? Because again, like, people, broadly speaking, are quite sick and tired of how, like, general politics is being run. So him saying, like, guys, we just got to fucking do what we've not been doing before, because it's just not working, it's not effective. Because again, the opponents on the other side, well, they don't give a shit about playing about the on the fucking current rules. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff. So you know what? Fine, whatever. We're just gonna play by our own rules as well.
Candlelight vigil and talk about the way the world should be. We have got to recognize the cards that have been dealt, and we have got to meet fire with fire, and we've got to be held to a higher level of accountability. So that's what this is about. It's not complicated. We're doing this in reaction to a president of the United States that called a sitting governor of the state of Texas and said, find me 5 seats. We're doing it in reaction to that act. We're doing it mindful.
You know, I don't like the fact that he's saying that it's in reaction. I would have preferred if it was, like, aggressive or whatever. Just be like, okay, fuck you. Like, a sort of like a finally kind of recognition saying, like, you know what? We've had enough. We've had enough of all the stupid bullshit and cheating that the Republicans love to fucking constantly do. It's all of this complete, utter nonsense, conjecture, bullshit, complete, utter nonsense. And we've had enough. So, you know what? If they want to cheat, we're going to fucking cheat too. No more of this fucking high road bullshit, because no one cares about the fucking high road bullshit. But I mean, it's still going to be effective, right? Like, people are going to be for this because it's just like, yeah, finally, the Democrats are actually going to do something crazy.
Of our higher angels and better angels. We're doing it mindful that we want to model better behavior, as we've been doing for 15 years in the state of California with our independent redistricting commission. But we cannot unilaterally disarm.
I do think, because this is a point that the majority report constantly brings up, and I agree with this. The Democrats are finally recognizing the mistake that they made with this independent redistricting fucking bullshit, right? So, you know, I think it's good to sort of see that there is some recognition going on amongst fucking state Democrats, who I generally have a lot more fucking faith in comparison to federal Democrats, who are completely fucking useless. But I think it's a sort of like good general change of pace that finally, like, Democrats are going to push for something. And I mean, and again, it's not only California that's going to be doing this. Pritzker's probably going to try to potentially do something, even though like Illinois is already heavily fucking gerrymandered as is. Who knows exactly what kind of shenanigans Pritzker could do, but he's looking at potentially redrawing the maps, taking a look at the maps. And also Kathy Hochul, as I've said before, the most do-nothing of fucking Democrats are looking to actually now do something is also pretty fucking incredible to say that she's actually looking to do some kind of action. And as I believe already said that she's going to abolish or potentially abolish the independent redistricting sort of commission that is also in fucking New York. Because again, you know, if gerrymandering's allowed and the Republicans are going to cheat, because again, they have to cheat in order to win because, well, their policy is broadly incredibly unpopular and nobody fucking likes any of that shit. So, you know what? If they're going to cheat, we should also fucking cheat as well. Because fuck these motherfuckers, right?
We can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear. We can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear district by district all across this country, not just in Texas, but in Missouri, where J.D. Vance went just a week ago, in Indiana, in places like Ohio, in places like Florida. We need to stand up, not just California. Other blue states need to stand up. We need to be firm.
This is effective, dude. Like, I mean, we all know the meme that he's, like, angling to try to become the fucking president. We know this, but, like, stuff like this is going to fucking play well. It will.
Resolve.
It's gonna play pretty well, but what do we have here? Gavin Newsom, California's governor, said on Thursday that state Democratic lawmakers would move forward with a redistricting plan that could counter the Republican-led map-drawing efforts in Texas aimed at securing a House majority after the midterm elections. So, yeah, because they have to cheat, right? Broadly speaking, Donald Trump is underwater on every fucking issue except for, like, the southern border. That's, like, the only thing he's above water on, barely above water on. Otherwise, in terms of every other issue, he's negative in polling. Like, he is hemorrhaging political capital and good faith. As he spoke at the Japanese American National Museum's National Center for the Preservation of Democracy, a venue deliberately chosen for its symbolism, federal agents armed and masked fanned out across the complex led by Gregory Bovino, head of the Border Patrol's El Castro sector. Local news footage spotted a man being led away in handcuffs. Oh yeah, so ICE decided to also show up to the fucking party, right? Like, I think Gavin Newsom also said that there were ICE agents there, which is a very obvious fucking intimidation tactic, right? Like, it's like there's no other fucking call to sort of like say it as besides it's like the purpose of it is to intimidate, right? Like, because Trump is obviously not very happy that Gavin Newsom is sort of, I suppose, leading the charge for the Democrats to actually show a backbone to try to do something about the fact that he and the Republicans are trying to blatantly cheat.
And I'm reminded where we are at this precious moment in time. We are in Los Angeles.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we
YouTube, I hate you.
You better believe it's happening.
Suck my dick. Fuck you, dicks.
And I'm reminded where we are at this precious moment in time. We are in Los Angeles. The most diverse city, in the most diverse county, in the most diverse state, in the world's most diverse democracy. And I've long believed that the world...
I have a contention with that. Toronto. Toronto beats you. I think Toronto basically has every single ethnicity and nationality within Toronto. Listen, we're doing a little bit of Canadian flexing, just a little bit, okay? I have to, listen, Gavin Newsom, okay? I can't let you get away with that one, okay? I'm gonna have to debunk that one. Toronto beats you. No, don't bring up Brampton. Get the hell out of here, Boy Meets Minnie. Listen, Boy Meets Minnie, I understand you want to fucking live in Brampton, bro, okay? Get out of here.
Looks to us, to all of you, to see that it's possible to live together, advance together, and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. What makes LA great, what makes California great, and what makes the United States of America great is at our best, we don't tolerate our diversity, we celebrate our diversity. And it's a point of pride, because we're all in this together. Where are we? At Democracy Center. And right outside, at this exact moment, are dozens and dozens of ICE agents. Now,
like, he's not wrong. ICE agents outside, Gavin, Newsom press conference. Right, you can get some fucking images. Oh, there we go, never mind. How about some local news footage instead?
Tonight, that striking scene outside a California event featuring the state's top Democratic figures, including Governor Gavin Newsom. A group of heavily armed Border Patrol agents conducting an operation near the venue in Los Angeles' Little Tokyo, saying they apprehended at least one person.
The reason for our presence.
I'm sure that they apprehended one person. Totally. I totally believe these, like, stupid Gestapo little freakazoids. You know, it's very, hey, it's very convenient that at the very least that these fucking freaks in particular decided to come here unmasked. Interesting.
Here in Los Angeles is to make, first off, Los Angeles a safer community.
Newsom's team saying the action was made.
Yeah, dude, because Los Angeles was not a fucking safe community before you fucking freaks decided to come in. Yeah, dude, totally wasn't safe before. Quick reminder, literally the reason the Trump administration justified federalizing the National Guard without asking the governor if he can nationalize or federalize the National Guard, which is what you're supposed to do. So what he's doing is illegal, obviously. And also decided to deploy more ICE Gestapo freaks. First off, he wants to have his fucking little quota system be maintained and fulfilled, obviously. But also because of the fact that, you know, basically, what was the fucking other point that I was going to say? Oh, yeah. Literally, it was because of fucking 5 Waymo fucking vehicles being turned over and burnt. That's the justification for, like, an attempted military fucking crackdown of Los Angeles. It's the stupidest shit on the fucking planet.
Meant as intimidation, because inside the hall, the governor and state lawmakers were announcing a partisan redistricting plan to combat a similar Republican-led effort in Texas, backed by President Trump.
Donald Trump, you have poked the bear, and we will punch back. We have got to meet fire with fire.
Agents seen patrolling the area on foot and in vehicles before eventually entering the nearby federal building.
Right outside, at this exact moment,
I wonder why they're doing
dozens
that.
of ICE agents. You think it's coincidental?
There was no reason in the world for them to come here. Nothing to do with safety. In fact, this is the exact opposite of keeping our city safe. We do not need them here, and they had no business to come here and provoke this.
Again, like, as much as I don't like Karen Bass, she's just correct. She's right. And this is going to make her look good, like, in terms of, like, popularity, which I assume was probably flailing before. But, like, I don't know if you can attest to that, Boy Meets Minnie, but all of the, like I said before, initially she was rather rocky at the beginning when the Gestapo freaks decided to show up in LA, but now she's on very, very fucking consistent messaging, and it's going to make her look good.
A short time ago, we learned of a death related to a separate immigration action also taking place here in Los Angeles. A man apparently was fleeing ICE agents. He was hit by a car and killed, and Governor Newsom's office telling me that operation here outside the event, a strawberry...
So fucking ICE were the main ones who did that. Nice meme. So that's cool. Fantastic. Great. Yeah, totally not being an intimidation tactic. Very, very cool. That's true, AJ. That is true.
Donald Trump, you think it's coincidental? No. Donald Trump and his minions, Tom Homan, tough guy, clearly decided, coincidentally or not, that this was a location to advance ICE arrest. Indiscriminate? Perhaps. We'll find out later. It was certainly indiscriminate when a 15-year-old disabled boy had a gun put to his head in Los Angeles trying to go to school just a few days ago. I don't need to belabor this, except I want to level set. People are scared. People are fearful. You know, United States senators thrown down on the ground in a federal building. Alex Padilla.
I believe that, yeah, okay, yeah, you just said it. Yeah, that's in reference to Alex Padilla when he went up to do his job, basically, because he was a part of a subcommittee on immigration, asking Kristi Noem when she was also doing her little press conference with her ICE Gestapo freaks surrounding her, decided to, like, throw Alex Padilla down on the ground and fucking arrest him for, like, no reason. For, what was the crime? Asking her a question.
J.D. Vance's name is Alex Padilla, not Jose Padilla. That's the Vice President of the United States.
Yeah, you should probably know those names, huh? But then again, you know, we all know why J.D. Vance probably said Jose, because he's racist. Well, crazy. Who would have thought? Newsom, joined by congressional Democrats and legislative leaders, unveiled a plan known as the Election Rigging Response Act. that would override California's independent redistricting commission and draw new congressional lines, a direct counter to a Texas effort set out by Donald Trump. We've talked about this before. To push through a mid-cycle maps that could hand Republicans 5 extra House seats. Because again, the Republicans know that what they're doing is, broadly speaking, heavily unpopular. Trump knows what he's doing is very unpopular and that he's underwater in the fucking polls. So instead of having to face the fucking music for the fact that he was doing idiotic, belligerent bullshit, he is trying to cheat instead. Because, again, the census is, not census, but the maps, rather, are redrawn every fucking 10 years after the census is done. So, it's very peculiar that about halfway through the fucking, halfway through the decade, the Republicans are calling for the redrawing of the maps. And it's just like, but that's a little interesting, a little weird. Why is Trump being the main guy who's calling for these redrawing of these maps? It's because he wants to fucking cheat. That's the point. The governor vowed the move would neuter and neutralize Texas's proposal. Today's Liberation Day in the state of California, Newsom declared, and Los Angeles, in which he formally called out a November 4th special election. Okay, so it was November 4th. Can't stand back and watch this democracy disappear district by district all across the country. After the rally, Newsom called the presence of Border Patrol agents sick and pathetic and accused Trump of ordering the operation to intimidate Democrats. I can't, he's just correct here. The purpose of them being there was to intimidate. That's not ridiculous to say. Wake up, America. You will not have a country if he rigs this election. Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, Democrat who was not attending the event, arrived to the scene to condemn the raid. Remarks to reporters, she argued it was not a coincidence. White House has sent federal agents trying to intimidate elected officials at a press conference. Sent a social media post. The problem for them is Los Angeles doesn't get scared and Los Angeles doesn't back down. We never have and we never will. Department of Homeland Security said Bass must be misinformed. Dog, we saw the fucking footage. What, bro, do you really need, how many fucking freaks here? Couple dozen fucking freaks in order to arrest one fucking guy? Really? Really, you need, a couple dozen dudes. Yeah, misinformed, quote-unquote. I'm sure. Our law enforcement operations are about enforcing the law, not Gavin Newsom. Sure, man, totally. Even though the fact that you're there is illegal. You guys are all about enforcing the law. I'm certain. CBP patrols all areas of Los Angeles every day with over 40 teams on the ground to make LA safe. Even though, Boy Meets Mini, can you corroborate this? Has LA been made safer with all these, stupid customs border protection patrols all over the place? Can you corroborate this? Has LA been made more safe? Nope. It's more dangerous to get around. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Tristan McLaughlin, DHS Assistant Secretary, said in a post. The California map would only take effect if Texas or any other Republican-led state advanced a partisan redistricting plan. Oh, your crime rate hasn't decreased either. Ah, very cool. Newsom said he preferred all states to adopt independent commissions, as California does, and had previously sent a letter to Donald Trump that he would happily stand down if Texas abandoned its effort. I don't think he should stand down, to be honest. Just fucking do it. Just commit. Because, again, if you stand down, because they're never gonna fucking stand down. And he should just make it as partisan as possible. Fuck it. Who cares? Fuck these people. They shouldn't be trusted. Nothing they say should be believed. Why treat them with any grace? They'll never treat you with any grace or mercy, so you should never show them any mercy, ever. I know that the Texas Democrats, because of the end of the special session, because it only lasts about 2 weeks, so they decided to go back to the Texas State House because the session itself ended. Now, there's nothing that stops Greg Abbott to, in particular, call another session and then do the fucking vote. From what I understand, the Texas Democrats themselves believe that they were able to delay for fucking long enough. Personally, I think they should just, if another special session is called again for the, recreation of those maps, they should just leave again. Just leave again. Go to Illinois again. Just be like, okay, you want to keep doing this? Okay, sure. We can play this song and dance. We're just going to leave again. Fuck it. What are you guys going to do about it? You can't do shit about it. You need us there. So if we just leave, what do? They can't do shit. That's the point. Take only effect. Happily sit down. Earlier on Thursday, a group of Texas Democrats who had blocked a vote on the measure by fleeing the state, again, that's by breaking quorum, said they were prepared to end their 2-week walkout when California releases its redrawn map proposal. Their return to the state legislature would allow Republicans to plow ahead. Accepting that reality, Newsom said California, with a population larger than the 21 smallest states combined, would not unilaterally disarm. It's not complicated. We're doing this in reaction to a president of the United States saying, "Find me 5 seats." In a recent interview, Trump claimed that Republicans were entitled to 5 more seats. It's not how that works, right? Like, the maps have already been drawn since fucking 2020. Why are they entitled to 5 more seats? Again, it's really emblematic that he decides to frame it as they are entitled to more seats, because the point is not about representation. Republicans do not want to represent you. They want to rule you. It's not about being a representative. Because he won the state overwhelmingly in the 2024 presidential election. Whoa, it's a fucking not Democratic. It's a Republican state that he won overwhelmingly. That means he's entitled to having 5 more seats. None of that works. Cope and seethe. New map, Newsom said, would remain in place through the 2030 elections, after which map-making power would return to the Independent Redistricting Commission. That's pretty fucking cowardly, but whatever. Approved by voters more than a decade ago. The Democrat-led state legislature will introduce legislation on Monday. He added, expressing confidence the initiative would pass and ultimately prevail at the ballot box in November. I guess, like, in terms of the whole, like, democracy shtick that's being said here, I guess in that particular aspect, it is principled, right? Because he's just like, we're having a referendum on this, we're doing this in reaction, yada yada. It's all about democracy, yada yada. And the Independent Redistricting Commission was voted in by the voters, so, again, principled in that particular respect. California has 52 seats, 43 held by Democrats in several of the nation's most competitive races, including a handful that helped Republicans claim the majority in 2024. How California voters will respond is uncertain. Polls have found deep support for the state's Independent Redistricting Commission, suggesting Democrats will have to work quickly over the next 3 months to persuade voters to support their plan. Sarah Sudwani, a Democrat who served on the California's 2020 Independent Redistricting Commission, said she wanted partisan gerrymandering banned nationwide. Well, unfortunately, if it doesn't get banned nationwide, and the only way to do that is probably either through the Supreme Court or some legislation being passed in Congress, and we all know those two things are definitely not fucking happening. At that point, like, instead of having principle and doing this in the Independent Redistricting Commission, fuck it, cheat. They're gonna cheat, so you should just cheat. Who cares? But in Los Angeles on Thursday, Sadwani stood side by side with Newsom. Lawmakers, labor leaders, and advocates in support of tearing up the new maps she helped draw. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Common Cause, a good government group that has long opposed partisan map making, sent a statement this week that it would ultimately not preemptively oppose the effort by California to redraw its maps in response to partisan redistricting in Texas. A blanket condemnation at this moment would be sitting on the sidelines in the face of authoritarianism, the group stated. Eric Holder, a former attorney general and chair of the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, said on Thursday that he backed responsible and responsive countermeasures to Trump's extreme and unjustified mid-decade gerrymanders in Texas and beyond. Our democracy is under attack. We have no choice to defend it. Republicans have denounced the California proposal, of course. Gavin Newsom's latest stunt has nothing to do with Californians and everything to do with consolidating radical Democratic power. Oh, unlike the radical fucking Republican power that has been constantly consolidated throughout all of their partisan gerrymandered maps. I'm certain. Christian Martinez, the National Republican Congress Congressional Committee spokesperson, said in a statement accusing the government of trampling the will of Californian voters to serve a pathetic 2028 presidential pipe dream. Very, very funny that this is coming from fucking the Republicans in particular, because again, if they could have trampled on the will of fucking voters, they would within a fucking heartbeat. the reason why they have to maintain the facade is because American institutions are still, to some particular extent, within place and still have the strength that they do. Or they're just too cowardly themselves to actually fucking go ahead with the military fucking dictatorship that they would want to build. Because, again, they know that, broadly speaking, there would be a national revolt if they were to try to do that shit. At the rally in Los Angeles, there was little sympathy for the half-dozen California Republicans who could be out of a job if the redistricting plan succeeds. Speaking before the government, Jody Hicks, the president and chief executive for Planned Parenthood affiliates of California, had a message for the 9 Republicans who back legislation rolling back reproductive rights. You take away our freedoms, we'll take away your seats. Based. Texas's pursuit of new maps has kicked off a redistricting arms race. Guys, it's almost as if, like, it's not a good thing to fucking do this, because, again, it's going to prompt a bunch of other people to do it, and it's going to become a fucking complete shit show. It's almost as if there's a lot of problems with the democracy that the U.S. has. Who would have thought? That has spread to state legislators across the country, leaders in Florida and Missouri, and in blue states such as New York and Illinois. How the fuck is Florida and Missouri going to get more fucking seats, potentially? Like, maybe in Florida, maybe. Missouri? Really? I can only assume that Missouri is already, like, a completely partisan, gerrymandered fucking shithole. And in blue states such as New York and Illinois are weighing similar moves. Other blue states need to stand up, Newsom said. The campaign, with a freshly launched website, will be enormously costly and is expected to draw national attention and donors eager for a high-stakes, off-year political brawl. Former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Republican who championed independent redistricting, has already voiced opposition. Well, unfortunately for you, Arnold, if you have a problem with this, then, you know, I mean, okay, I shouldn't talk too much shit on Arnold here in particular, because he probably is not a fan of what is particularly going on, but unfortunately, drastic times call for fucking drastic members. So, oh well, time to fucking gerrymander. Cope and seethe about it, I guess. Newsom said he had spoken to Schwarzenegger and shared his disdain for gerrymandering, but argued that it was about preserving American democracy. Not good enough to just hold hands, have a candlelight vigil. We have to recognize cards being dealt, have to fight fire with fire. Oh, okay, that's the end of it. Very cool. Yeah, okay. That was a very, very abrupt venting. I was expecting, like, some kind of fucking conclusion or something, but there was a donation, like, that caught me off guard. But yeah, you know, I'm in full support of this partisan gerrymandering attempt that is being undertaken by the fucking Democrats. Because, again, Republicans have never played by the rules. They don't care about playing by the rules. They have never cared about playing by the rules. And, again, it's all about doing everything possible to be as... I was going to say as unfair as possible. I'm just going to say as partisan as possible. Because, again, the reason why the Republicans in particular are doing this kind of stuff, because for them, it is not about representation. For them, it is about rule. They do not want to represent you. They want to rule you. That is the fucking point of all of this. So at this point, you can't really do anything else besides fight fire with fire. That is what should have been done from the beginning, is to fight fire with fire. But unfortunately, the Democrats decided not to go with that, and here we are, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, I guess fortunately, it is a good thing that now they are deciding to be incredibly fucking partisan about this stuff, because again, the Republican Party will never show the same grace or sympathy at any point in time. So, yeah, you should just be fighting fire with fire, because again, the Republican Party could give less of a fuck. Again, for them, it is all about rule, not representation. Don't think there's really much else to say besides more Democrats should just be fighting dirty, because again, Republicans are never going to show the same grace or sympathy to Democrats ever. Okay, I have a tectone moron talking about like, what evidence do you have about the claims that Tectone is a sexual assaulter? Alright, time to get the Pinky Chew article, because he has allegations against him. He just does. Cope and fucking seethe about it, how you could I... pussies. Like, provide even a fucking a small clue. There's articles about it, right? Like, it's actually fucking brain damaged. Tectone, Pinky Chew, sexual assault allegations. Like, here you go, bud. You can find this after a quick Google search. I thought you were just, like, you have to fucking, it's in the pinned comment, Boy Meets Mini. I want you to fucking look at that comment. Like, too long didn't I read kind of a comment sort of thing. Like, it's so fucking stupid. In fact, I will get both fucking articles. Like, this is literally after a quick fucking Google search. It's so stupid. Yeah, you're playing what the hell are you doing currently in fucking Factorio? But what? Provide proof for Tectone's sexual assault allegation. If a small clue would help. Doing so shows that you have evidence to stand on instead of regurgitating what everyone else says. The whole video was you spouting, oh no, spouting insults and claims without evidence to back them up. It comes off as you riding the hate train. Bro, shut the fuck up, man. I'm a hater, bro. I have no problem with being a fucking hater. You almost make yourself, you made yourself look like the bad guy. Maybe I want to be the bad guy. Maybe I want to be the bad guy. Maybe I want to be the heel. Maybe I want to be hated by these fucking communities. These miserable fucking wretches. But this guy does seem like he's fucking good faith. So, you know, I am willing to give them what they want. I'm willing. You know, I have no qualms with this. But what the hell are you working on in Factorio, Boy Meets Mini? How far along are you? I bet Boy Meets Mini doesn't even have chemical science yet. Gotta find oil. SMH, Boy Meets Mini. Can't even find oil. Well, he's just starting. Doesn't even have red science automated yet. Yeah, sorry. Hold on. I gotta flex real quick. Hold on. Oh, look at all these beautiful foundry lines. This lovely main bus that we have. Oh, this lovely giant factory that we have here. Oh, it's so brilliant and beautiful. Researching the higher levels of infinite research and tech. Ah, God, look at all these sciences that are automated. All these lovely product lines that we have here. As the humble engineer of Factorio. The fuck is TAC 3? Do you mean Jack 3? Oh, it's not even only this. Oh, we're gonna head to this planet. It's gonna get a complete revamp. It's gonna be beautiful, folks. It's gonna be fantastic. It'll be brilliant. It's gonna be so good. It'll be the best, folks. Let me tell you, it's gonna be so brilliant and fantastic and beautiful. Oh, but we also have, you know, this, well, fucking mess, to be honest. But don't worry, this factory right here will soon not be a fucking mess. Soon, once we get back here and do a significant fucking reformation. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be fantastic, folks. It's gonna be so good, so good. And of course, our favorite. Well, currently sending up a butt fuck ton of green belts for when we inevitably sort of improve Maluna. And well, we're gonna have to come back here to get also a butt fuck ton more. But whatever. Ah, brilliant, fantastic. It's so well, neatly laid out and organized. Looks brilliant and fantastic. Ah. And it's only going to improve and get better once we get to Fulgora. And we'll have much better circuit production. Ah, it's going to be so good. Where'd all those rockets go? Don't worry, worms. I'll be back for you eventually. But and listen, it's pertinent for me to have to flex real quick. Okay, very important. You know. Really, the only thing that needs to be sorted out is just coal. That's the only thing that needs to be fucking sorted out. Is just the coal. And we'll sort that out eventually. You know, we got this lovely... Oh, we got this lovely patch right here, 42 million, that I'm probably going to, delicious. May have to get rid of a native here. But, you know, may have to get rid of 2. But we'll do that eventually. Alright, I'm done flexing. It's time to talk about stupid bullshit.
We need to talk about more stupid shit.
I could... Ay, ay, ay. Alright, what do we have here? So, Trump and Putin decided to have a bit of a chit-chat. A very long chit-chat. It was very, very long. I think they talked for, like, what? About 2 hours or some shit? They talked for a long fucking time. But, you know, Trump warning of severe consequences if Putin doesn't end war in Ukraine. So he's already done that before, saying that, like,
a pooty poo. There's gonna be big problems if you decide not to do anything about the fact that you keep killing a bunch of innocent Ukrainians, and if you don't end the war.
Because again, like so far at like seemingly every turn where Trump tried to get some progress done on the Russia-Ukraine attempted ceasefire, Putin would basically like tickle his fucking balls, like titillate him with some fucking bullshit. And then it would end up going nowhere because, again, like, Trump could give less of a fuck about peace. He doesn't care about fucking peace. In reality, he just wants to be a fucking tin pot dictator like Vladimir Putin is. So, yeah, what do we got here?
How were your calls this morning with European leaders, and was it your call not to invite President Zelensky to your meeting with Putin?
No, just the opposite. No. We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call. I would rate it a 10, you know, very, very friendly.
Sure.
I know the leaders because I was at NATO, as you know. I took it from 2% to 5%. 2% that wasn't paid, 5% that is paid, which is trillions of dollars in defense capability. No,
I've already talked about this thing before, but if you really have to push for more fucking defense spending, especially in the time that we're going to be in, like, that's one of those situations where it's just like, yeah, I don't really like that in particular. Like, why do we have to justify such a ridiculous amount of fucking spending? It's a little sus. It's a little weird. It's almost as if, like, it's more about, so the Donald Trump wants to do like some stupid, idiotic version of like isolationism and just wants the Europeans to just like get bent beyond their own, like fuck them, who cares, right? Kind of a deal.
It was always going to be, I was going to meet with President Putin, and then after that I'm going to call the leaders and President Zelensky. I'm going to call President Zelensky, and then I'll call probably in that order the leaders. There's a very good chance that we're going to have a second meeting, which will be more productive than the first, because the first is I'm going to find out where we are and what we're doing. Again, this is Biden's war. This isn't my war. He got us into this thing, and it should have never happened.
Yeah, even though he sent arms to the Ukrainians, it was the first to start sending arms, well, to the fucking Ukrainians during the time of the Separatist War. So, again, this is about as much your war as it is Biden's war, as it is Obama's war, about as much as it's anyone's fucking war. So, again, nonsense.
This war would have never happened if I were president. But it is what it is, and I'm here to fix it, and I'm here to stop 6,000, 7,000 people last week. 7,213 people last week were killed, mostly soldiers. But missiles being lobbed into towns don't exactly help either, but mostly soldiers. And Ukrainian and Russian, they're not American soldiers, but...
See, here's the fucking thing. Like, there is no point in trying to legitimize any of this bullshit. Like, the only path forward is to just send as many arms and weapons to the Ukrainians as possible. That's the fucking point. Like, there is no other fucking solution. The Russians have already constantly said that they are not interested in negotiations. They could care less about fucking negotiations. They have never cared about fucking negotiations. The idea that Trump has in his mind that, like, oh, maybe I could have, like, a great deal with Putin. We could be, like, best friends, best pals, you know. I can tickle his balls. He can tickle my balls. And it'll be great, fantastic, excellent, folks, is fucking ludicrous. Like, Putin has never fucking cared about any of that shit.
You know, if we can save a lot of lives, it would be a great thing. I've stopped 5 wars in the last 6 months. And on top of that, we wiped out the nuclear capability of Iran, obliterated it. It's turned out...
I'm trying to think, which 5 wars? So there's India, Pakistan, which I guess technically he stopped it, sort of. Again, boy meets mini. As far as I can tell, Narendra Modi himself also said that Trump had very little role to play in the peace negotiations between the Indians and the Pakistanis. There's the war between Rwanda and it's Rwanda and the Congo, right? He actually had something there, so. Yeah, it was an internal affair. Okay, so he had nothing to do with India, Pakistan. He claimed that there was something going on between the Serbs and the Kosovars, which no evidence suggests that whatsoever. He thinks he stopped the fucking Israeli-Iranian war, even though he was the one who gave Israel the green light to start attacking the Iranians. So he started a war, and then he stopped the war, so I might as well fucking throw it in there. What's the 5th one? I don't know, like, Russia, Ukraine, or some shit? I don't fucking know. Like, nonsense. It's just nonsense, dude.
Not to be a correct word, by the way, because, you know, some of the press say, well, maybe it wasn't obliteration. It was obliteration. And we're going to meet with...
Everyone has basically said that it had, like, it did nothing. The border war? Is he included in this fucking southern border? It's fucking stupid. Whatever.
I would say the second meeting, if the first one goes okay, we'll have a quick second one. I would like to do it almost immediately, and we'll have a quick second meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself if they'd like to have me there. And that would be a meeting where maybe it could be absolutely work. But the first meeting will not work that out. But certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting. But it's setting the table for the second meeting. I think the second meeting, if the second meeting takes place. Now, there may be no second meeting, because if I feel that it's not appropriate to have it because I didn't get the answers that we have to have, then we're not going to have a second meeting.
Well, why don't we take a look at some of the highlights of this first meeting? So, why don't we see? Like, again, the press conference was about, like, 3 hours. They were, like, standing there. Yeah, like, a whole bunch of fucking nothing burger statements, because, again, more than likely, nothing was fucking gleaned whatsoever. And as far as I can tell, nothing was fucking gleaned. So, what do we have here? Today, when Trump says that he was the president in 2020 war, there would be no war, and I'm quite sure it would be indeed so. I can confirm it. So, immediately, you can see what Putin's doing. Buttering him up, wrapping him around his fucking finger. He's getting played like a fucking fiddle, because, again, this is the exact same talking points. Like, Trump is not a very, very difficult person for world leaders to just manipulate, because he's just an orange, highly narcissistic, sociopathic buffoon who just wants sweet nothings to be whispered in his ear. And guess what Putin's going to do? Just whisper sweet nothings in his ear.
I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to...
Again, quick reminder, the justification Putin used in order to conduct the war, saying that the Ukrainians should have never existed, right? That it was Lenin's mistake, that it was Ukraine came into existence, right? Exact same propaganda that a lot of Marxist-Leninists tend to use. Yeah, it makes you think, doesn't it? And it's kind of interesting. Talking about this as a consequence of the collapse of the Soviet Empire, that he wants to rebuild it, that he also is justifying it based on the Ukrainians are of our blood and that is our soil, quite literally using a blood and soil argument in order to justify the special military operation that was going to last 3 days. It's been about 3 years, so... And there's a 3 in there somewhere, so I guess he's technically what he's saying is correct when he says that. So, yeah, like, doing this, like, stupid fucking thing, just repeating Trump's talking point, because it is just a talking point, he has as much culpability in terms of the escalation of the war. Again, if Trump wanted the war to de-escalate and stop, he would have done something during his tenure. Again, Kerch Strait incident happened under his fucking tenure. He sent weapons to the Ukrainians, which could have been framed as an escalation, but Putin's never going to really admit to that, because again, he just wants to butter Trump up and just whisper sweet nothings in his ear, because unfortunately he is a buffoon who can be very, very easily manipulated by stuff like that. So that's cool, that's great, fantastic. And I don't know, like, what else is even to say here besides, like, Trump is a moron who can be very, very easily manipulated, because again, Putin is just going to do what he does perfectly, and that's just whisper the sweet nothings and just say what Trump wants to hear, because again, he's just a narcissist.
Hostilities, and I said it quite directly back then, that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war, and I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Again, like, I'm constantly interested, because he says the talking point and then provides, like, no evidence or argument for as to why that is the case, because he would, like, talk with Putin or something. What the fuck that means? Like, what does that mean? That can mean anything. Like, are, like, negotiations? Are you going to capitulate somewhere? Are you going to do something? Because that'd be a lot of the same shit that Obama did. So it's just like, it's like, what's the argument exactly? The point is that he doesn't have any fucking argument. That's the point.
I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, businesslike, and trustworthy contact.
I'm sure.
And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, man. Totally. This isn't copium, Boy Meets Minnie. He's buttering Trump up. He's manipulating him. So that's one of the fucking highlights, I suppose. So what else do we have here?
I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax.
Yeah, for some reason, he thinks that Putin also suffered for some fucking reason during the Russiagate scandal, even though, like, what was in the Mueller report was corroborated and was fucking true. So, I don't know, it's just complete, utter fucking nonsense. It's stupid.
Always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax that made it little.
Again, that has nothing to do with Putin, but you're just, you know, it only has to deal with you. Because, again, the Mueller report corroborated evidence, and there were convictions and arrests of people who quite literally participated with the Russians. The Russians you wanted dirt from the fucking Russians, they gave you the fucking dirt, and you used the fucking dirt. Like, that's what happens. Your campaign did collaborate with the Russian government. It was proven to be true.
A little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But
sure,
we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what
wasn't a hoax. People got arrested. Like, Paul Manafort literally got fucking arrested for it. But again, This is like standard dumb fuck Trump talking point.
That was very criminal, but it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But
sure, man, totally. Again, the only reason why Trump loves people like Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Nayib Bukele, and Kim Jong-un is because he just wants to be a petty crackpot authoritarian. But it turns out a lot of the American people don't want any of that stuff. So that's a great highlight. So, thank you very much, Vladimir. Next time in Moscow. What do we have here?
To thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
It's got him around his fucking finger. Got him around his finger.
Thank you so much.
That was the end of it, and they both proceed to leave. Fantastic. So what is it? Let's get a fucking summary here. 5 takeaway from the Trump-Putin summit. Also, what do we have here?
That we haven't quite got there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO.
There's no deal until there's a deal. Sure, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, no shit? Like, I don't know. This is fucking stupid.
So, in a little while, I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course...
So this is like the second part that he's trying to do, that he's like trying to mediate the fucking ceasefires for some shit. It's whatever.
Let's call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here. Scott,
Stooges.
John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have...
quick reminder to everyone. Trump up front said that there is going to have to be territorial trades and concessions, right? Like, Trump, which is a non-starter for the Ukrainians, right? Like, territorial trade, Ukraine, right? Like, Trump agreed only Ukraine can negotiate territorial concessions. That's what he said from Macron. Okay. Call with the U.S. president helped clarify Trump's goals. Because, again, he was talking about territorial concessions being made by the fucking Ukrainians. And he wasn't being specific at all as to who was supposed to negotiate the fucking territorial concessions. More than likely, I don't think the Ukrainians are going to want to go along with any of that shit. Like, probably not.
I have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And
every single economic indicator has said that there is more than likely going to be a recession, and that the current U.S. economy is about to head into stagflation.
We look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We
Love
really
making
made
deals,
some
folks.
Great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings.
Dude, this is some of the... Bro, and everyone wants to fucking talk about, like, how sleepy Joe Biden was. Bro, he's so low energy and fucking sleepy here. It's just like, real fucking old man dementia hours here.
We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia. To put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell him what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to.
Well, considering the fact that he's been nothing but fucking buttered up, more than likely, if I were to take a guess, based off of whatever they discussed in their meeting, more than likely his dumb ass got manipulated and buttered up. More than likely.
There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a...
Also, I think I mentioned why, like, this sort of meeting was going to be always, like, inherently cooked from the beginning. The thing is that the point of having summits like this is legitimizing fucking Putin's positions in terms of, like, what he wants. When you should not be legitimizing any of it. Again, the only path forward now is to give the Ukrainians as many arms and as many fucking weapons as possible in order to be able to have them be in a better spot to negotiate. When there is, because there's inevitably going to be negotiations that happen. Having the Ukrainians have a well-stocked, well-maintained army with as many fucking weapons as possible, which finally the Europeans are actually picking up the slack on, because Trump's not going to fucking do anything about this, because again, he doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit. Although he's starting to send some weapons, mostly like Patriots and stuff like that. But the point is that, like, Trump cannot be, like, treated as, like, a fucking honest actor in any of these negotiations, because again, he's more sympathetic to the Russian position, like, quite literally.
A very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, otherwise, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss. But
okay, whatever. Old man rambling. But what do we have here? Left the world to guessing on Friday after a historic summit that yielded no details about what was discussed. Again, they have to be purposefully vague for when this is inevitably going to end up with, wow, nothing fucking happened. No deal on ceasefire, but progress made. What progress? Nothing. Trump at the press conference would only tease the fact that the two had a productive meeting and said they agreed on some things but not others, while offering any details of what was discussed. I believe we had a very productive meeting. I would say a couple big ones haven't quite got there, but we've made some headway, so there's no deal until there's a deal, Trump said. Adding that he would be calling European leaders and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky following the summit. It's ultimately up to them. Putin, for his part, stressed that his nation needs to eliminate what he called the primary roots of the conflict. We already know what he means by the primary roots of the conflict. Nazism in Ukraine, quote-unquote. Any evidence of that? No, not really. They point to the fucking Azov battalion, but, like, the Azov battalion is more or less basically gone and does not have a lot of the exact same roots that they used to have before. So that's cool. That's great. Without elaborating on what those were, he acknowledged that some agreement was made, but also did not offer any details. I would like to hope that the agreement that we have reached together will help bring us closer to that goal, and will pave the path forward towards peace in Ukraine. Again, you're the one who fucking started the war off of blood and soil fucking rhetoric and arguments. You are the main problem. You want peace in Ukraine? All right, tell your army to pack up and leave, and that the Ukrainians can have their territory back, because you're the one who did the invasion to begin with. Stupid. We expect that Kyiv and European capitals will perceive that constructively. Probably not. And that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They probably should. Because, again, this is going to be a complete fucking nothing burger. Like, Trump's just going to capitulate to the Russians for, like, literally no reason. Even though they don't deserve any of that. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings and conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Sure, man, totally. No mention of several high-stakes components on the table, including the U.S. staving off any further sanctions on Russia, a nuclear arms deal, and security guarantees to Ukraine as part of a peace agreement. Trump also had teased the notion of having a second meeting. So far, no further plans to meet. Trump gave Putin the red carpet treatment. Oh yeah, he did. Like, literally, like, Putin arrives in Alaska, right? It was like, red carpet was like, rolled out and everything, right? And there he is, right? There's the red carpet for this fucking complete utter belligerent. So that's cool. Fantastic. Like, I don't think I have to reiterate just how much of a fucking embarrassment this is. Like, you should not be fucking legitimizing the shit that this complete utter charlatan is pushing. It's complete fucking nonsense. He's just being completely and utterly just manipulated here. Air Force One arrived at the base first. Putin's presidential plane arriving a half hour later. Both leaders emerged at the same time. Plotted while the Russian president walked to meet him, shaking his hands, giving friendly arm taps while the two exchanged pleasantries before posing. Putin later at the press conference greeted Trump by saying, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor." I wonder why he's saying that. Putin stepped into Trump's armored presidential limousine. Really? Putin stepped into the fucking beast. Interesting. Rode with Trump to the site of the summit of the base. Putin was seen laughing with Trump in the back seat as the motorcade drove away from the tarmac. A rapport between the two as they greeted one another stood in a stark contrast to the sometimes harsh words Trump has had for his Russian counterpart as he struggles to reach a ceasefire deal to end the war with Ukraine. It's almost as if Putin understands that Trump in reality doesn't really mean that, because, again, he knows that Trump is really, really easy to manipulate, because he's weak. He's weak and pathetic. The meeting gave Putin an equal playing field with Trump. Putin later spoke first at his joint appearance with Trump, giving him the opportunity to set the tone and deliver a lengthy speech about Russian history and the importance of maintaining relations with the United States. Much remains a mystery. Despite the talk of progress on both sides, neither Trump nor Putin offered any indication of how they are closer to a peace deal. The press conference ended before reporters could fill in the blanks. Will Trump move ahead with sanctions to pressure Putin? Because he's been threatening to do that, but he's probably not. He's been threatening to do a lot of shit and then backs off of it immediately. Taco fucking bullshit as always. Are there any plans for a second meeting involving Zelensky as Trump had hoped for? Did they discuss territorial concessions or other contours of a peace deal? Again, because he's talked about territorial concessions. He's brought it up before. Maria Popova, an associate professor of political science, said the ambiguity left two possibilities. First one is Trump actually realizes that this is a no-go and that there is no progress, making it such, as I've been saying before, they have irreconcilable positions. This isn't going to fucking go anywhere. This is set to just legitimize Putin for further, and that this was all just a complete, utter waste of time. Whoa, crazy. In which case, he may return to the drawing board with Zelensky and European leaders. And the more pessimistic possibility for Ukraine is that Trump tries to force Zelensky to accept whatever terms Putin outlined. Crazy. And when Zelensky and Europe don't want to make a deal, he'll blame them for obstructing peace, and he'll get angry, and he'll say that Zelensky is irrational, about to lose his country. I don't think that's a ridiculous outcome as well, because again, Trump's a mad king, and he barely understands how anything is, because he's a weak, pathetic man. Speaking of Fox News host Sean Hannity, Trump suggested Zelensky would have to make concessions to finalize a deal. Actually, we're going to get to some of the highlights of the fucking after summit fucking interview, but whoa, crazy. The side that got invaded and aggressed upon now has to make concessions. Does Trump not fucking understand how incredibly fucking weak that makes him look? That he's telling the Ukrainians, it's listen, I'm afraid you're going to have to make some fucking concessions. Incredible fucking weakness. Just giving in immediately to the aggressor, to the imperialist fucking aggressor, who are the main who's the main fucking guy that started the fucking war. He's just well, you're gonna have to capitulate. Insane, dude. I mean, a lot of points were agreed on, but there's not that much as one or two pretty significant items, but I think they can be reached, he said. Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done. Why does it have to be up to the Ukrainians? Because again, Trump wants to accept no responsibility for the inevitable backlash it's going to have. And I would also say the European nations, they have to get involved a little bit, but it's up to President Zelensky. Great. Fantastic. Carefully choreographed around peace. Friday's meeting was carefully choreographed to boost Trump's image as a peacemaker. 7 deals that were all failed with the Iranians. Had nothing to do with the Indian-Pakistani war. I'll give him Rwanda and Congo. He got that one done. Good job. Made up some war between the Serbs and the Kosovars, that had no evidence of that whatsoever, but okay, cool, whatever. The White House this week touted Nobel Peace Prize endorsements from various world leaders, such as the heads from Israel, Cambodia, Pakistan, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Sure, man. Totally. All of them were involved in conflicts that Trump helped end. Oh, it was what did he do in Armenia and Azerbaijan? What, he fucking negotiated some settlement between them over Nagorno-Karabakh? Really? Okay, that's news to me. However, Trump was unable to halt the war in Ukraine or two of the world's other major wars, Israel's war with Hamas in Gaza, where mass starvation is taking hold, or the brutal war in Sudan. I always forget about fucking Sudan, right? Yeah, so, what, I think it's in southern Sudan, between the RSF and the government forces. The RSF, by the way, who are backed by the Russians, so that's cool. Yeah, whoa, he did nothing about the war with Hamas. Yeah, war with Hamas. It's fucking stupid. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton on Friday said she'd nominate Trump for the Nobel Prize if he managed to broker peace in Ukraine without giving Russia Ukrainian territory. Don't think that's going to happen. Trump insisted the meeting went well despite having nothing to show for it, I'm sure. Copium. It's just copium so far. Like, I don't think there's really much else to say that it's just copium. Christina Hook, an assistant professor of conflict management at Kennesaw State University, said Trump's support for Putin doesn't appear to be working. Whoa, crazy. Trump's talk of progress seemed aimed at generating momentum, but the fundamental obstacle remains Putin refuses to recognize Ukraine's sovereignty or its people's democratic right to choose their future. Whoa, it's the exact same stuff that I've been constantly saying, because again, Putin sees the fall of the USSR as one of the history's greatest sort of failures or defeats, like one of the most pivotal moments of fucking history. And he does not he longs for the restoration of the fucking Russian Empire. That, and he also has a fucking legacy to secure because he's starting to get up in years and is rumored to be having fucking health problems. So again, he wants to conquer Ukraine to have some form of a fucking legacy, or as like a sort of like, I was one of the people who helped along with the restoration of the fucking Russian Empire, or whatever fucking LARP bullshit you can come up with, whatever. Until that changes, diplomacy is largely theater. Yeah. Until the U.S. exerts real leverage to push Putin off his maximalist aims and towards respecting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, Russia will choose to grind the war on. The exact same fucking points that I have been saying. Putin's not interested in peace. He never has been interested in peace. So now he's going to call Zelensky and other world leaders, plan to call Zelensky and NATO allies. Robert Moret, deputy director of Syracuse University's Institute for Security Policy and Law, said he was very encouraged by Trump's commitment to keep allies in the loop. Sure, man. He had no anticipation for a dramatic leap forward, a ceasefire, any kind of thing, halfway to a peace agreement. I think this is the kind of outcome that most of them expected. No immediate reaction from Zelensky or European leaders. Probably going to figure that out relatively soon. Trump and Putin briefly discussed the location for the next meeting, next time in Moscow. That's an interesting one. That's cool. Yeah, there's not, it's very abrupt ending. So far, it's complete fucking nothing burger. Whoa, crazy. Guys, it turns out the current negotiation tactic that the Trump administration is trying to employ, specifically with Putin, is not working because, again, I've said this before and I'll say it again, Putin, fundamentally speaking, is just not interested in peace. He wants to conquer the territory for himself because the point of it is that he wants to have a legacy. That's the point. He wants to conquer the territory for the fact that he wants to build some form of, lasting sort of, promise. And also the blood and soil rhetoric, right? He's a fucking ultra-nationalist. He wants to fucking conquer territory because he's a nationalist who thinks that Ukraine is the lost little brother and that the blood of the Ukrainian people is Russian blood and that the soil of the Ukrainians are that of Russian soil, which is, again, about as fucking Nazi as it fucking gets. About as ultra-nationalist as it fucking gets. So that's cool. Great. Fantastic. We have some fucking highlights from the Sean Hannity interview that Trump had after the summit. So I was very happy to hear him say, if I was president, that war would have never happened. Dude, he's getting played like a fucking fiddle.
There are a lot of people dying. And if we can end that war, it would be very good. And I was very happy to hear him say if I was president, that war would have never happened.
Again, there's like zero fucking indication. He's just saying that because that's the exact same fucking point, and Trump is a fucking narcissistic fucking loser who just wants adulation from people in power due to the fact that he used to be a fucking laughing stock. That's why.
Mr. President, that was my next question. He said at the joint press conference that if, and you have said this many, many times, and he confirmed for the world today, that if you were president, this wouldn't have happened. Did any of the specifics come up as to why he said that?
It did. It doesn't matter at this point, but that this war should never have happened. You know, a lot of wars should never have happened. There was there were a lot of people.
Nonsense. It's fucking stupid. Again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Trump, you have about as much culpability in the war happening between the Russians and the Ukrainians as you did with, like, I don't know, trying to stop any of the other fucking wars. Like, again, you sent them weapons, you sent them fucking armaments and bragged about it, which, you know, you say, like, well, you know, if the war would have never happened if I could do any of that shit. So it's just like, again, he's just wholeheartedly fucking incapable of recognizing, because, again, he's just like a fucking sociopathic narcissist who lies about as much as he breathes, that he, too, also had fucking something to do with the war. You fucking sent weapons and shit and armaments to the fucking Ukrainians. Yet now you want to claim that, you know, it would have never happened if I were in power. Yeah, sure, totally, man. I just don't believe that for even 3 seconds. Vladimir Putin said one of the most interesting things. He said your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. Dude, he's just, again, being manipulated. And this is why I'm saying, like, this is never going to go anywhere. It's seek to only just further legitimize Russia as an honest actor when they are not, and he's just getting fucking manipulated. It's insane.
Vladimir Putin said something, one of the most interesting things. He said your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. He said mail-in voting every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible.
Which countries have mail-in ballots? We have mail-in ballots every fucking election. Hasn't been a fucking problem. But yeah, how many fucking other countries have mail-in voting, you know? Postal voting available for all citizens on demand. Postal voting available for some/all citizens abroad. So, postal voting available for all citizens on demand. So, we have postal voting. Looks like the Germans, the Polish, same with the Austrians, the British. And for a lot of people, they also have postal voting because a lot of people live in incredibly remote, rural parts of the fucking country. Vote crazy, and they want to count their fucking votes. Who would have thought? It's so stupid. There's a ton of fucking countries that have some form of mail-in balloting system. A complete, utter fucking nonsense, bro.
Possible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections. And he said that to me. It was very interesting because we talked.
Again, he's just bringing this up because of fucking COVID. That's why.
Talked about 2020. He said you won that election by so much. And that's how he got it. He said, and if you would have won, we wouldn't have had a war. You'd have all these millions of people alive now instead of dead. And
people think that this is an emblem of strength. No. This is the most fucking weak, ineffective fucking bullshit I've ever seen on the planet. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
And he said, and you lost it because of mail-in voting. It was a rigged election. But mail-in voting, Sean... Vladimir Putin said...
Actually fucking insane, dude. Even if he did fucking say that, if I believe him for 3 seconds, okay? Because he just wants to, like, suck Putin's cock basically as much as possible, because, again, he sees himself in fucking Putin because he wants to also be an authoritarian fucking strongman. That's the point of him fucking doing all this bullshit. the idea that, like, Putin is trying to play to his fucking sensibilities is also fucking completely plausible. I don't deny that whatsoever. Because, again, this guy is a weak, petulant, pathetic old man who can be super easily fucking manipulated. Because, again, all he cares about is having pats on the back, pats on the fucking head from people who are in power. Because, again, he used to be a fucking laughingstock. Part of the reason why he even ran to be fucking president to begin with is because he wanted to prove to people that he wasn't a fucking laughingstock for being, like, an incredibly incompetent businessman. It's so fucking stupid. And it can't be honest, rails against mail-in voting. Again, so fucking stupid.
In ballots, some people get 5, 6, 7, but Vladimir Putin, smart guy, said you can't.
No evidence at all whatsoever. In fact, most of the people who tended to vote twice in the 2022 election were Republicans. Not the 2022 election. 2020 election.
Can't have an honest election with mail-in voting. And he said there's not a country in the world that uses it now.
Oh, I would love to.
Bro, we have mail-in voting. The Germans have it. The Poles have it. So many fucking countries have it. There's no country in the world that has mail-in voting besides us. Okay, man.
To see election reform?
We have to do it. I don't know why we're not doing it.
No, I'd
If
like
you
to
bring it up, the Democrats
voter
don't
ID?
want it. Look, the Republicans want it, but not strongly enough. I mean, they got to want it strong because it can't be honest. It goes through a postman. It goes through somebody else. You know, when you go to a really well-run voting booth, you go in.
In terms of the 2020 elections, every single expert has corroborated and said and given evidence and said that it was the safest, most secure election in history. Yeah. But yeah, totally. Trump wants to throw all the fucking down the wind possible because, again, he's still salty about the fact that his dumbass got fucking trounced in the fucking 2020 fucking election. It's nonsense.
And you have to hand a card, a picture, or this or that. You don't have everything perfect. You get sent back. Go get it. It's very hard to do something fraudulent with a vote.
Paper ballots.
Mail-in voting. They give you boxes of stuff. You have no idea where they came from.
You are aware, like, he's talking about paper. Dude, what the fuck do you think you write on a fucking mail-in ballot, right? You think it's done electronically or something? It's a mail-in ballot, you fucking moron. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, there's so much different ways that it can be done fraudulently. If the mailman opened the fucking envelope, it would be extremely obvious to see if it was fucking opened and tampered with, you fucking moron. If anything, mail-in ballots are way more fucking secure in comparison to these stupid electronic systems that you morons have. It's actually fucking incredible just how much of a fucking idiot he is.
Mail-in voting, you can't have a great democracy, republic. You can't have it. Well, maybe that's why we're going to end up with a...
This is really funny coming from the dude who asked Governor Greg Abbott to host a special fucking session to do a partisan redistricting of Texas to find him 5 House seats because he's afraid that he's going to get destroyed in the fucking midterms. Nonsense.
Communist mayor in New York. I don't know. He probably is very happy with mail-in voting. But you can't have a great democracy with mail-in voting.
Sure, man. Totally. God, if anything, mail-in voting, if anything, helps fucking democracy further because it allows more people to be able to participate, you fucking moron. But again, he doesn't want more people to participate in democracy because, again, Republicans have to cheat and have as little people possible participating because they know that if they have more people participating, they're more likely to fucking lose because of how ridiculously unpopular they are. It's so fucking stupid. So, you know, as expected from this, like, I don't know, meeting, it ended up going nowhere. And probably will end up going nowhere. If anything, this was a huge benefit for Putin because it seeks to further legitimize the fact that he is a fucking honest actor, when in reality, he is not honest. He never has been honest. He never will be fucking honest. And Trump deciding to go along with the sort of like gallivanting about with the fucking dictator that is Vladimir Putin is simply going to help further solidify that position that, you know, he is an honest actor. He can be engaged with honestly, when in reality he will always have the fucking knife held behind his back, ready to fucking backstab you at any point in time. So just the idea that you are supposed to treat Vladimir Putin in any sense honestly, like Trump was trying to treat him here as, means that this supposed peace summit was going to be a failure from the fucking start. And it makes Trump look incredibly fucking weak and pathetic that he made himself, you know, get played as a fiddle as easily as it was. Don't think there's much else to say besides he got fucking manipulated. Who would have thought? The weak, pathetic, petulant old man whose brain is leaking out of his ear, who just wants adulation from people in power because they all made fun of him for being a fucking failure, a dipshit, and a fucking loser, well, was easily able to get fucking manipulated. Who would have thought? Nice fucking meme. Oh, God, dude. Why is this so stupid? Alright, who the fuck are we rating out to today? Ugh, God. Ugh, that's the most fucking pathetic shit on the planet, bro. You know who we should rate out to? Why don't we rate out to Canoe? We're rating out to Canoe. That's not... I hate my life. Man. Troll despair. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. Okay, do I need to reboot the bot or something? Alright, well, I mean, you idiots know what to do. You know what to say. Try and stride with the Daho raid bot if you're a sub. If you are a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid bot. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into any case, gamers. I will be back on Sunday, where I don't know, more improving of Factorio bases. Well, crazy, you would have thought this thing could happen. And I don't know. We'll talk about more fucking shit or some shit. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Anywho. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Not tomorrow. Sunday. I'll be back Sunday. Peace out, gamers.